Dispatcher will remain on the line, provide immediate assistance, and identify the nearest available ambulance.
The president also directed hospitals and other health facilities not to delay emergency treatment, particularly for patients with special medical needs and those covered under SHA.
In an emergency, the first question must never be whether a patient can pay. The first duty is to save life. And this is not just mere government policy. It is a constitutional requirement. I therefore reiterate to every health facility contracted by SHA, no person requiring emergency medical treatment shall be denied, delayed, referred, or transferred because they cannot pay.
Nurses in Tharaka Nithi County will return to work today after the county branch of the Kenya National Union of Nurses directed its members to comply with a court order despite the nationwide strike remaining in force. Branch Secretary Fabian Marigo said the decision followed consultations with the county government, which had committed to addressing local concerns, including promotions and confirmation of nurses to permanent and pensionable terms. The branch said it remains in solidarity with the National Union, which is demanding the implementation of the 2025-2029 CBA, better pay, improved work conditions, and increased staffing. The government in public universities with 100% government funding and to recover unpaid loans through the courts. The bill is before the National Assembly's Education Committee ahead of debate. Religious leaders have called on the government to review the CBE system, arguing that it has reduced the prominence of religious studies in schools and could undermine moral values among learners. Speaking during a meeting with President William Ruto at State House, Nairobi, the faith leaders said that while the CBE curriculum aims to produce a skilled workforce, it should also nurture learners with strong moral values and religious principles. They expressed concern that unlike the former 844 system, CBE places less emphasis on religious education, particularly for students pursuing STEM pathways where some subjects take greater priority.
CBC hatuipingi, tunaiunga, lakini kwa upande mmoja au mwingine imeathiri masomo ya kidini, imeathiri CRE, imeathiri IRE, imeathiri HRE. Tutakuwa na madaktari, tutakuwa na mainjinia, lakini hawatakuwa na maadili. Watakuwa marubani, lakini watakuwa hawamjui Mwenyezi Mungu. Tuipatie nafasi, especially wakati wa holidays, wapate kumjua Mungu wao ni nani.
And nominated Senator Hezena Lemaletian is facing the possible auction of household property over an unpaid landscaping contract. Joyline auctioneers have issued a proclamation to recover 447,823.77 shillings awarded to contractor Silas Muturia, trading as Simut Logistics, after the High Court dismissed the Senator's appeal. The dispute arose from landscaping works carried out in 2023, while Lemaletian argued the work was substandard. Both the Small Claims Court and the High Court ruled in favor of the contractor, finding she not formally raised a counterclaim. The senator has been given the statutory notice period to settle the amount, failing which the attached property might be sold by public auction. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them they're already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to State House, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did Parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will
sana.
always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning this Wednesday. Thursday. Good morning.
Good morning.
Why are you looking like you're about to fall apart?
I'm not. Niko fiti. Yeah.
Good to know.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right.
Uko fresh?
Yes.
Good to see you.
Niko salama kabisa.
Karibu mtaa.
Mtaa?
Karibu mtaa.
It's a Situation Room on Thursday, and we're getting things into tow. Things are happening. People have time. Like, hey.
Hi, people have time.
Sheesh.
Let me tell you, people have time. But you know, it's good.
What's good?
It's good that people have time to do some unnecessary, nonsensical things, you know, instead of doing that which they've been hired to do, that which they've been appointed to do. So one asks the question, go through the trouble for what?
Yeah.
For what? We know you got the intelligence, you got the manpower, but all that for what exactly? So at the end of the day, you find you've closed the today, you've closed shop, you've gone home. Are you proud of yourself? Today I work for the people of Kenya.
You should be asking the question if you actually are.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, like, they still like pat yourself on the back, say you gave your very best. So that's what you tell yourself at the end of the day. I gave my very best.
This is what I did, and this is what I achieved. Right.
Yeah, we have names that we need to equally call today. We have to name them. We have to remind people who they are.
Indeed. Have to remind people who they are, people who were forcefully disappeared and have even, made up words, who are unalived.
Yes.
And we'll remember them and we'll say their names. We'll say their names, whether it was in January last year and Brian Odhiambo missing until today and has not been declared, in terms of who took him and what they did to him. We will say their names. We'll talk about Mukuri, who is still missing until today. His mother has not been able to find him. We will say their names. We will talk about Rex Masai. We will say their names. We will say Albert Ojwang. We will say Njoki. We will say Mwangi. We will say Eric Otieno.
We will say Kenjokoma brothers.
Yes, we will. We'll say them. And that lays on the conscience of those who choose not to do something about it.
Yep.
And as we get into our conversations today, let me tell you what we'll be talking about today. Getting in from 7 o'clock, law enforcement and double standards. Is that what it looks like? That should it not go across the NCIC, the questions that we're asking in terms of how far can you push or how far will you push? The Honourable Ngogoyo Onesimus is the Member of Parliament for Kajiado North constituency. He'll be in the presence of former NCIC Commissioner Danvers Makori. They'll join us at 7 o'clock because we want to understand a couple of things. When you make the decision to go after somebody for one reason or another, what stops you from going after another person? So these are the questions that we'll be asking today. Hopefully, we'll get some answers or at least put the conversation out there so that we engage in proper discourse. Yes. All right. And then at 8 o'clock, hopefully, and I say hopefully, we're going to be talking about then who bears responsibility, examining patterns of violence in holding facilities, in this case, in police custody. Communication strategist Odhiambo Otieno will join us, hopefully in the presence of lawyer Dr. Ekuru Okot. So that conversation will happen from 8 o'clock and we'll go into this and see really what does the law say? And that's our Justice Thursday conversation today. And so we'll be asking certain questions around those.
Yes.
Sawa. That's what it looks like today. Karibuni sana. Where are you tuned in from? Around the region, the country, the world. This is The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Dennis Aseto and Nduh Okoh with you today. And Marion, Skitty, good morning. Mutanu, JB, getting it together today. Karibuni sana. Let it go. Let's go. And let's have these conversations, regardless of who tries in one way or another to put a fork in the road. We'll just take a new direction. Kabisa. All right. Karibu. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And a very good morning to our audience on KTN this morning. As we get into things, we're very happy that you're here. Yes, we can see 102.5 listening direct from Kisumu and all other frequencies around the country. Karibu sana. All right. Mali.
And they are saying, you will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks at you.
Yep.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of barking. So you can ignore some, actually, and actually keep it moving. That some things are just a bark. And at some point, even the dog itself will just get tired and keep moving. There's some barks that you should actually respond to. I agree. There's some things that you should respond to, but I think that you'll find that if you respond to everything, you will lose time.
True.
You lose focus, and then you actually find yourself in the same position as opposed to moving forward. Some things are just not worth it.
Understand what your goal is, your vision, and just focus on achieving it. You'll get distractions here and there, but choose what battles to fight. Yeah.
Choose what battles to fight, Marion. Just be happy.
Yeah.
Sour. Okay. So that's what it looks like today. Shall we say hello? Let's say hello. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm forgetting something. No?
Kila kitu kiko sawa.
Sindio?
So far, kila kitu kiko sawa.
So far, so...
Salami wananchi wetu.
Sindio?
Yes.
All right, tell us where you're tuned in from this morning, getting into the Situation Room.
What's our clan saying?
And we know that some of you are listening silently, but we greet you all the same.
Yes.
And thank you for being here on this Justice Thursday. And talk to us about where you're tuning in from, different parts of the world, of course, within the country as well. And a very good morning. We started off and say, good morning, Peter Kiarie. Yes, you're back in fine form. Good morning from Mombasa. You can't change the people around you, but you can change the people around you.
Yep.
This is true. You can't change the people around you, but you can change the people around you.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
True.
And you can think about that. John Sabo says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Violence in Homa Bay prior to Linda Rally is a show of cowardice, impunity, rejuvenation of intolerance, politics. Aseto, is Linda Mwananchi as a name being gooned?
Well, yep. Being gooned as a name. They're being attacked.
They're being attacked.
Just because they're Linda Mwananchi. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. NCIC. Something is happening. Police. Yeah.
Okay. So he's saying, Don Sabo, that Homa Bay is actually, you're saying that that's a sign of cowardice.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Sawa. Also tuned in this morning. Where did it go now? The page has even disappeared. Okay. Hisa Daniel is tuned in this morning and says, good morning, Spice. James says, hello. Never engage in the race of who says the toughest things on a podium. When that which is acceptably tough runs out, you will have said what doesn't fit, even with those who are trying to amuse. Okay. I haven't had a coffee yet, but it's going to take me a minute to get through that. All right. Rose Grace says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Tuned in from Manera, Waweru. State House has become campaign strategy. Hii Kenya yetu ina mambo kweli. Blessings, Nduh and Aseto. Yes, every day.
Every day.
Tomorrow, I think today, there's going to be security guards.
Okay. Yeah, private security guards.
Private security guards will be at State House. It's like a carnival.
Yeah.
You know what? There's the carnival that's going on in Barbados at the moment. It's like that. Every day is a new thing.
So
what's the flavor of the day today at State House? Private security
guards.
The day before that, it was the
imams.
The day before yesterday, it was the Quakers and the elders.
And elders, yeah.
Yesterday it was the Muslim clerics and imams, and
I think the other day
was
leaders from Western region.
Elders, community elders. And then today now, it's going to be the private security.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going to be tomorrow. As I'm telling you, it's like a carnival. You never know what to expect. We're going to wake up and we're going to be outside. In this case, we're going to be in State House.
Can I remind you something?
Do please.
Yeah. Do you remember that time when we were having charters with different sectors in the country? What's the difference? Okay, let's go.
So now you are starting to ask hard questions in the morning. Na sijakunywa kahawa bado.
Tofauti.
Have not had my coffee.
It's just that this is 2026. Back then it was 2022. So.
Oh, it's only the difference.
It's just different.
All right. Okay. So let's see who is today, and then we'll see who it is tomorrow. This will be fun. All right. Titus Kimutai is tuning in this morning. Good morning to you. Edwin Tulo says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto, tuning in live from Elder at 96.7. The Situation Room is my daily breakfast show. Santi Sana. Nduh, you are known as that very high energy theatrical morning style where Aseto is calm. Which Aseto? Have you people heard Aseto shouting here in the morning that you cannot see him? It's just that it doesn't do it on the radio. You see? And if we flip it later, I can actually disappear and you wouldn't even know I was there. True, false?
Well,
shh. Well, good morning, Edwin. Thank you for being here. Slumdog Masai. I love that handle title. Good morning, Aseto and Nduh, all the way from Berlin, Deeposh Market. Lakini your uncle, Professor Nyongo, lost it. Oi, who's uncle? Aseto, your uncle.
No. Siko. Uncle, bye.
No, but I like her, Anyang Nyongo.
Yeah.
Ama?
I mean, it's any circumstances that he finds himself in.
Kimiak says, Eric Otieno, a police officer hit you hard and your spleen ripped open. I cry. May you not rest in peace. Wake up, Ojwang and the rest up above and haunt them, because nothing good will come out of the Kenya Kwanzaa administration. Kimiak. I agree.
Yep.
Haunt them. Doesn't sleep. Not innocent blood, my friends. No, never. Jeff Gertz is tuned in this morning and says, good morning, great people and the Enlightenment duo. Thank you so much. Good morning. Morris Nyangwara says, tuned in from Mombasa, ready for the situations. Today's headline, please. They are coming. Wanda, good morning, Nduh and Aseto from Toronto. I'm fighting to stay awake so I can hang out with you for a bit. I read a funny quote today. There is nothing as pitiful as a politician who is bad at lying. It's actually quite a sorry state to see.
It's sad, eh?
Keep them eyelids open just a little bit longer, Wanda. Eric Owar says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Daniel Churu says, good morning, SpiceFM. United opposition has been infiltrated, as was expected to happen if you don't keep the borders tight from the beginning, as was expected. Legacy politicians, many of these legacy politicians are only driven by selfish, egotistical motives. If His Excellency Sifuna is listening, please don't you dare fail Kenyans. That's the warning from the get-go. Wakapele Luhimba says, good morning, Nduh and Co. Tuning from Dar as usual. In my country, apart from politicians, media and education are the only two culprit sectors that perpetuate ignorance and uncritical masses. Phew. Jennifer Tenny says, good morning, my handsome Aseto. And love Nduh. Good morning. Good morning, Spice family. Jana, it was so depressing about lost lives in the hands of the police. Yes.
Still is.
It still is. Until today.
Yep.
Very, very depressing. Did you see yesterday during another presser that was given in the presence of former LSK president and the lawyers of the family, the younger brother passed out. The sheer imagination of what his older brother went through in that space was too much for him to bear. That kind of anguish is what needs to lace our hearts until you feel it so much that you say it cannot continue. Until that happens, be prepared for many more stories. Yes, I'm going to keep saying it. That is the anguish you need to be prepared to experience more and more until you decide to do something about changing a system.
The most disgusting part of it is that individuals who did this think they did the right thing.
Okay, look at where you are this morning. You're assuming that they're thinking. Okay, nice. Omo. It's just a tough place to be, Jennifer. Wanda says she likes the pastel colors. Asante-san. Thank you very much, Wanda. Rahim Sula Omar says, good morning, tuning from Nairobi. The only crime Eric Otieno did was being a poor African in an African country where we honor color and money more than anything else. That was his crime. Fiery Red says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Again, color combo in Aweza. Looking good with peach. Or is it coral? It's coral. That's the color. And Aseto with the grey and coral, something happening here. Kabisa. Hi, Nduh and Dennis says, vintage oak, all set for the show. Karibu sana. Gekota says, good morning, my good people. Princess Nduh, yes. Dennis, EVE, Badosh is coming. Marion is here. And Skitty is also here. Dwale was supposed to have...
to be arrested.
Oh, it disappeared, it ran away. Dwale was supposed to have been arrested before the arrest of Kagushia. They are the same. You're watching from Miami, Florida. Yes, and that's a conversation that we'll be having at 7 o'clock today. How do you decide which is which?
When does the law apply?
Or to whom? Sylvia Legua says, good morning, my loves. Nduh and Aseto, had really missed you. Where have you been? Though I would be coming back to a better country, only to be welcomed back with the list of the OCSs in Nairobi come from one community. Yikes. There's that too. Tibbs Moge says, good morning, SpiceFM. Add me on to Kimiak's sentiments. Also keep an eye on South Korea's stock. FOMO is real and tragic. Keep up for the talks. Lord knows getting info from government is impossible. Yes, it really is. Paul Olaka says, good morning, Dennis and Nduh tuned in. Cliff Sunday says, good morning, Team Spice. Good morning. We appreciate the entire team for all that you do. Thank you. For this Thursday, I pray for justice for all Kenyans through better leadership, better decisions, and definitely actual results. Collins Juma says, good morning, Team Spice. This ambulance at your call, then ukifika ukosha is not working. Then unadu? Ask the question.
Yep.
Unadu? Well, the other side is asking, Utadu. Yeah, really have to ask, what are you going to do about it? Cliff Stanley says, by the way, this regime has made everything a circus. As you said, State House is like a carnival full of unexpected and surprising shows. We are all disappointed. Yes. Yeah, bring out the bands and the maracas. Let's go. What next? I wonder... all the people trooping to State House, at the invitation of the president to come and have a conversation, whether he believes that those are bankable votes into the future, or whether he feels as though his persuasion at this point is actually going to bring, because let me tell you, there's nothing that's happening at the moment in State House that can be separated from the race 2027. That's all you're being fed. Don't think that it is some development. I don't know. No. It's about 2027. And I'm not necessarily saying that it is a bad thing. If that is a tactic that you have chosen to employ, well and good. But the people of the country should understand that it is not suddenly that development is going to make it to your doorstep. Because I'm still asking. And I'm asking for the concerned people in the morning and in the afternoon and the evening. You promised Nairobi was it a day? 1 million a day chapati machine.
Chapati for the school-going children, yeah?
Even me, I'm a school-going child.
Me too.
Yeah. You promised the chiefs tablets in 6 months from February, when they were also at State House. I'm aware, were they when this was promised? Yes. So what am I trying to say? That it's very possible that whatever you're being told now is linked directly to the decision that they're hoping you're going to make in 2027. Don't separate the two.
Yeah, I think those who are trooping to State House, #Kimiak's morning comment.
Exactly, #Kimiak's morning comment. Think about it fastly.
Yeah.
Fastly. Andrew Shira says, good morning, good people. Guys, see, please, muchunguze hii mambo na security officials wanai. Eti, they're all from one tribe. Washington is locked. Oi. Not all security officials. They're talking about OCSs. In particular police stations in Nairobi. Okay. Osana Emily says, good morning. Kenyans are really stressed. Mundu humundu. In JKL, Kenya ni magumu. Okay. Jeff Gertz. Oh, we see.
Don't sabwa.
No, that's exactly the comment that he put there before. We should stop calling this administration Kenya Kwanza, otherwise we should call it Tumbo Kwanza. Wakama says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto, watching and listening to you from Dublin in Ireland. Yay, my best friend lives in Dublin. Watching Kenyan news, ni mwecheche. Got it, you see? I got it this time.
Mwecheche.
I still don't know what it means, but, at least I pronounced it correctly this time.
Yeah, it's an extreme sport.
Oh, mwecheche, but it is what it is. It is what it is, rather.
Yeah.
Tufanya nini? Good day to you. Good day to you too, Wakama. Robinson El Wangu says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Loving the show, and it's a great morning. It's a great morning, kabisa. Good morning, my fellow conlanders. Nyandika. Exit help in student loans at high interest rates. We get conned every day. Well, I don't know. See, I just get so confused. So now help can sit over there.
Yep.
But the money that we could not give help, which was coming back at a lower interest rate, we're going to take that money, put it into another fund, and then charge people a higher interest when they have graduated and have secured some kind of employment. I don't understand.
You just never told it was going to be a loan, eh?
I don't understand.
So that is another funding model. Let's just call it for what it is. That's exactly what it is.
I need a chapati.
You need chapati? Okay, I'll buy you one. I can't promise you there are $1 million plus.
I shouldn't, but perhaps, half. Because what on earth? The only way to deal with this situation is to take drugs. Drugs in this case is chapati. My Lord. God. We're going to discuss it a little bit because I think I feel like I have whiplash. No sooner than had you said no funding model, then we're going to pay for everybody. Then, this paying for everybody is you're going to pay us back.
It's like that saying that says, hustle all you can because you'll rest in heaven. That's exactly like there is no resting. It's from one thing to another.
Hey, what's up, Basi? Abdirizak Kali says, good morning. Usual trading and spice every morning. Consistency, kabisa. It pays. A very good morning to you. Marion Jerry says, good morning, Team Spice. Ruto is now doing campaigns from State House home ground advantage. Yeah, because if you call people to you, you don't have to go through the headache of going and standing somewhere and hoping the people come. Are we together?
Yes.
Are we together?
Kabisa.
All right. Ernest Shipale says, good morning. You trooping to State House. Today it's private security personnel who are being hosted at State House. Indio style ya kucheza wa Kenya na promises from State House. Yeah. Yes. So, it's Nini. You people are saying that I'm flying over the place, all over the place to go and talk to people. So basi wacha nikae home.
Let me tell you. Msijali.
So it makes a difference.
Hii nyumba pia ni yenu bwana. Kujeni muone. Tuliwatengenezea, nyinyi ndio mnalipa rent hapa.
I might as well use the house. I mean we're here. So
Kujeni China mandasi iko. You can have the parties from here.
I'm really curious as to who's going to go on Friday.
Yeah.
You know, now we should now be saying, so this week like this, like this, like this. Yeah. Just be guessing who will go now tomorrow. Who can it be? The actual Mama Mbogas.
I would actually love, I think I should petition or rather push to have President Ruto's diary for the 5 years be put in a museum. It would be an
That was actually a spectacle.
Subject.
Very true.
You know what I mean? It would be interesting to just understand what was running through
somebody's head.
Somebody's head at the time, you know? It would also make a good paper, you know?
True. Yeah. Wakama, good morning. I see you. I think we should actually try and guess who's going to go tomorrow. But maybe we don't have to guess. Probably it's in that book that you talk about. Yeah. Maybe the actual Mama Mbogas carrying a sukuma leaf. I don't know.
Yeah. Watu wa boda.
But that's walikuwa ameenda. By the way, hey, I have a question. Hey, somebody, please tell me. Those people who went to State House or wherever it is they went, I can't remember, who were supposed to be given borders during those empowerment programs, and Musalia Mudavadi told us, we couldn't give it to you now because they needed to be registered and all of this hullabaloo. What happened?
No.
Afadhali mimi, I'm just asking for chapati. You guys are asking for motorcycle.
Motorcycle, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on with the weather.
They returned them to
They didn't
warehouse.
go with them. They told them that, we have to do registration. Then after that, we'll get in touch with you.
So the government did the tough job of bringing them and then just returning them to the seller. Anyway, let's go to the weather.
Why are you asking hard questions?
It's new kweli.
Don't ask hard questions. Please, not now. Wait until like 7:30. Okay? Then you can ask hard questions. Let's take a look at the weather, traffic, and we'll come and look at the headlines. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
13 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We will see a high of 24 and a low of 13, and mostly cloudy conditions through Thursday. It's partly cloudy at 13 into Nakuru and 12 degrees and cloudy in Nyeri. 12 and mostly clear in Eldoret, and we'll see a high of 25. It's clear at 18 in Kisumu, while Kakamega is quite chilly this morning. Clear conditions at 14. Mostly cloudy at 21 in Mombasa, while at 25 it's partly sunny in Malindi. Partly sunny at 17, looking into Marsabit, while at 15 degrees, Kampala also quite chilly this morning, is clear. 22 and partly sunny in Dar es Salaam already this morning. We'll see a high of 30. And it's clear at 8 degrees in Johannesburg, looking to a high of 23. Mostly cloudy at 25 in Lagos, while it's clear at 14 in London, with temperatures dropping into the summer and towards the middle of the summer. It's 34 and cloudy in Beijing, and Wednesday night in New York is partly cloudy at 25. Coming into Thursday, we'll see a high of 27.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, still clicking early this morning, and even for the cock crows, let's take a look at what it looks like with traffic on the streets this morning. Of course, starting off with the thicker superhighway, and nothing much happening here, at least not for now. Little smidgens of traffic at your particular junctions, but as you get down towards the Pangani underpass, you'll be doing okay. It's still early this morning, so let's see what happens. But if you're on Haile Selassie, you're going to be struggling with a tomato or an onion somewhere in the street, because it's all the traders who are offloading their wares that's causing that traffic this morning, and people who've decided, why get into the market when I can sell in the street? Traffic niwewe. All right, let's take a look at what it looks like in a short while, but we want to keep it moving all the same. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, good morning. at 24 to 7. Taking a look into the headlines today. And on the front page of The Standard, it's Kenya's bold newspaper. Trial and error. Not error, like in a time or a period. Error, like a mistake, a faux pas. President William Ruto is increasingly abandoning policies his administration once championed, raising fresh questions about the direction of his government. From the university funding model to tax measures and fuel subsidies, many flagship initiatives have been revised, delayed, or quietly shelved after fierce public resistance and implementation setbacks. As his administration rolls out fresh promises to replace troubled programs, the constant policy shifts are creating uncertainty, undermining public confidence, and exposing weaknesses in the government's planning and execution. Like what, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. Pain points: the collapse of the university funding model. This presidential working party that was kind of like a caravan going through the country and told us, these are the best, this is what we are going to do. Yeah, that doesn't work. Government abandoned the student-centered funding model after years of investment. Uncertainty over funding for nearly 294,000 incoming university students. This 294,000, I've been talking about it. They're the ones who are coming in this September. End of August. They're coming to this university. Now the question is, how are they going to go to school? Struggles of the Hustler Fund. Where is it? When is the last time you tried to borrow? What is it, that thing you borrow? I don't know. High loan default rate at about 12.5 billion shillings. Shift in focus to the Nyota Fund suggests the reduced confidence in the flagship program. Remember, that's all we were told. Hustler Fund, Hustler Fund, Hustler Fund. Started lending out the money. Who, by the way, who is in the office that is doling out the Hustler Fund, or who is managing the accounts of the Hustler Fund?
We asked those questions.
Human rights concerns, rising cases of excessive force, abductions and deaths linked to security operations, fears by lobby groups over violation of civil liberties, and lack of accountability. It would appear as though, I'm just guessing, that you can't tell people that you're going to do something and then not do it, and then halfway into the thing, change the course of the thing just because you can. Apparently, you can't do that. Apparently, you have to at least try the thing that you spent a lot of money and resources on to make it come true. Somebody has told us that you can't do that.
Listen, Maoni.
Okay. Let me just maybe bring out your Maoni. Varsity Dream comes with bigger debt under Ruto's new proposal, and this is what we were told yesterday. Hauna Maoni bado? All right, let's go. Let's see what's going to draw it out of you. Kind of like salt, water, pouring salt on something to bring out the water. Let me give it to you in numbers. 100 billion shillings is the annual funding the government aims to mobilize. Mobilize.
Okay.
So just understand that your pesa high.
Haiko.
Thanks. 9.6 billion is the university fund deficit. Do you understand? They don't have that money.
For 2024, 2025.
Yes. 11.3 billion is the university fund deficit for 2025-2026. Projected university fund deficit for 2026-2027, 16.5 billion shillings. The combined funding gap for universities and student support by 2030-2031 will be 351.2 billion shillings.
Go back to the first 100 billion. What is that? That 100 billion is funds we plan to?
It's mobilized.
That means we don't have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
351 billion is half the total education budget for 2026-2027.
Do you know what we're saying? Because we can just go right to it.
Yep.
That unfortunately, a lot of students who've qualified to go to university and go to public university will not go.
Yep.
That's it. Period. That's what we're talking about right now. Because if you're still using words like mobilize, the thought would be you can't come and sell something on a hope. Like, I'm going to deliver this dream. I'm hoping to find everything that I need to make that happen. In fact, I hope that this dream that I'm going to deliver to you, yet you have nada, nothing.
Yet what you've said is tutawalipia. assurance tutawalipia. You remember when we started having that conversation, we said these students are hopeful that they will go to school because you've given them the promise and assurance that will happen. Now all of a sudden we plan to mobilize the funds.
Boaz Waruko told us here, he said, no. There's no option.
Yeah.
You told us that you were going to do it. Now you do it. Less than a week later, you're coming to tell us, we're going to mobilize the funds. Then we lend you. Then now you'll pay us back.
Higher
making
rates.
your dream come true.
Yeah.
My big toe is hurting because lawyer spends a night in cells over 61 million shilling gold scam. City lawyer Alphonse Collins Odoyo Osewe was at the Milimani courts yesterday. Why? He's been accused of receiving millions in fake gold schemes, and the prosecution wants the suspect absconded bail last year and ignored summons. So they said, come and sit here for a minute. Let's feed you some cabbage soup, and then perhaps you tell us how this thing actually works.
Yeah.
Yes? Yes. A convict is seeking leave for cancer treatment. I wonder what happens with people who are then in custody and they have terminal illness. How are they treated?
I think they should just get the best medical attention there is.
That's a question perhaps that we'll pose to Ekuro Court if we see him today.
Yeah. There is that story of striking nurses as well.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes I just don't even want whatever. Striking nurses dig in despite order to resume work. Do you understand the kind of messaging that you're sending to people? You're striking, you're making noise because of the CBA. We didn't feel up. I better go back to work. Stop disturbing somebody here making noise every day.
Yet they are on the streets because you did not meet your end of the bargain.
Then you now say, I'm not all the noise that you've made. Kiriko. Go back to work.
Yeah.
They've said,
To town.
Wacha.
In the meantime, Wananchi, the patient, has nowhere to go. That's the country we're in. Mlisema affordable healthcare. Okay. Iko tu kwa katiba.
From education to health, Ruto's flip-flop sparks uncertainty. People are saying, okay, so we've been here, then we are going there, when we're not quite sure. Which way are we facing? What exactly are we doing? Can you just come and turn around and do something different later? And is it actually going to happen? It is scary. We can laugh about it.
It is.
But it is scary. If you even look at the one thing that we're talking about, education, that halfway into the thing, you decide, we were going to Mombasa by bus from Embu all the way, right? Then somewhere you get to Mtituande, then you say, you know what? Actually, let's go to Mombasa by ship, the sea. But we'd have to get there first, then we take the sea and or let's go by air.
Or use the Hironimo Summit Road.
You're confusing yourself, not even the rest of the people who are in the bus. You're confusing yourself. Take one thing, stick to it, man.
Let me ask a question. If you look at the campaign promise, right, on education.
Oh, on education. I was going to ask which one.
All the way till now. Where's the consistency? Do you remember what was said during the campaign?
There's consistency in making promises.
Thank you. There I agree with you.
That's where the consistency is.
But confusion, galore, is where we're at.
Let's look at some of the pain points, shall we, real quick? Policy U-turns, frequent reversals on flagship programs that fuel uncertainty, university funding, healthcare. SHIF faces operational challenges as patients and health workers complain of poor access to services. Hustler Fund, high loan defaults undermine the flagship leading program. Cost of living, persistent public concern over the prices of food, fuel and other essentials. Public debt, critics question increasing borrowing and the sustainability of government spending. What was it? Well, how many billion per month? What was that number the other day? Tax burden, repeated tax changes have sparked resistance. Health workers strike, unmet campaign promises. I don't even know where to start on that. The unmet ones even be in my head now. I can tell you 5. Political, especially with the chapati machine. Me, I'm not letting that one go.
Yeah.
Political realignments, public confidence. Hold on to that one for now.
Yeah.
Because the Otieno family has been telling us, you know what you need to... Meanwhile, IPOA, you have 75 missed calls. Why have we not heard up? Unless, was I asleep? Has IPOA come out to tell us, this is what we are doing, we're checking into the thing? Anything? No?
Are they even aware of what's happening?
IPOA, are you in Kenya? Did you travel? The Otieno family is asking, release Muthaiga CCTV clips because we want to see how Eric got into the police station and we want to see the state in which he left. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. We know that Kipchumba Murkomen told us that all police stations in the country have what?
CCTVs.
Camera. And that they are working, not those ones for model CCTV. No, they are functioning. Release them. Don't take time to cook the books. Release them. Tired. Let me get started this morning. Court awards National Police Service official 45 million shillings over illegal salary cut. Opposition fractures forced Ruto Kalonzo into an emergency meeting. They said, hey, Stephen Yasahuru, we need to have a meeting. Okay. Your place or mine? Yes, because the boys and girls are not having too much of a good time. Yes. Did you know that there was an Akiwumi report? Did you know that the Akiwumi report, as well as the Kriegler report, as well as the report on all of those, did you know that Nduh report, thank you very much, have all failed to be implemented? So now a lobby is suing the state just over the Akiwumi report. And so they're going to ask a couple of questions. State House, billions, and the campaign funding question. Hii pesa ya kupatia watu every day at State House. Inatoka wapi? The National High School games come to a close today. That's happening, and it's a lot of raw talent out there, and it was really encouraging to see. New talent emerges also as the story of music festival is rewritten. So that is really good to watch. I'm telling you, these kids have some talent, my friends.
We could only invest in them.
Honestly, and I'm glad to see that the music festival has brought that out. I wish there would be, that's the word I'm looking for, sustainability, but then also moving forward. It would be nice to see that. All right. Get yourself a copy of the Standard newspapers or the e-paper, www.standardmedia.co.ke.
Yes. Now, you thought it's just the Standard. Let's go to the Daily Nation. Gachagua conditions for Ruto defectors. Caught between headliners demanding tough terms to admit pro-government politicians seeking to switch loyalties, and moderates are pushing for a united front in the Mount Kenya region. DCP leader forms a 7-member committee to vet those who want to jump ship, but critics question his motives. Ukitaka kukuja hapa na umetoka kushangilia mtu mwingine, we must look at your intentions. We must vet you and determine whether you're good or bad. Are you fit to be with us?
Mtuflani is asking, when will the witch doctors be invited to State House? I think they should. I think there should be no discrimination about the people that are invited to the House on the Hill. Yes. Invite them also. And the atheists while you're at it.
Okay. Those are just traditional doctors. Don't worry. They just fly with brooms. How TSC will score 34,000 teachers for promotions. Now, thousands of teachers seeking promotion will compete for slots under a new system that considers length of service, performance, academic credentials, and extra duties. So there is changes that will happen within TSC, and that is promotion for teachers, and there's a process that will be followed. Now, UDA ODM, summon troops for 2027 plan. So it's a reality. They're working together for 2027. Kwa hiki tanda pamoja tunalala tunajifunika gubigubi. River of Death, Ruiru waterway where killers dump victims.
Tena.
The waterway in Ruiru where killers dump victims. One would ask, knowing that very well, how are we securing that to ensure it does not happen?
We're not.
Intelligence.
We're not.
You know, good thing with us is we give them solutions. So we've given them solutions on what needs to be done.
Like, how about you just don't kill people? But
or just have a police station next to the waterway.
No, but you see now the problem is that police stations also, they're killing people inside police stations.
They'll throw people in the waterway. So now, if we see now bodies in the water, we know who to blame. Police. Rough season for top politicians facing auctions. So Hezena Lemaletian, Mwangi wa Iria, Rafael Tuju, Mary Wambui, Shwarup Mishra. Now recent battles to save their property from going under the hammer turn the spotlight on senior politicians who are usually thought to be too wealthy and powerful to face such problems. I have not much to say. People go through their moments and their emotions. I mean, one would hope that they find a way of dealing with what it is bedeviling them. Naivasha School shines at music festival. So as we continue to look at the raw talent that the country has, page 3 talks about judge urges parliament to enact law regulating DNA testing. Can you just wake up today and just say, nataka kwenda kufanya DNA? Pop, I want to know if this child is mine. So there's a judge who's saying we need a law to control that.
As you can't just stand up and say you require a DNA test. Why not?
Why not?
Why? If you're doubting.
Yeah.
If your name is Thomas. Okay,
that's
sorry.
not my ear. Na lazima niangalie masikio ni ya nani. Bid kama yangu. Bid to review Linda Mwananchi name rejection fuels round. So the battle over the registration of the proposed Linda Mwananchi party has escalated after lawyers acting for the promoter Charles Wanyonyi accused the office of the registrar of political parties of reopening a decision on the party name without involving the original applicant. Now, the dispute comes a day after Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna and politicians allied to the Linda Mwananchi movement met registrar of political parties John Cox that name and announced that the office had agreed to review an early decision rejecting reservation of the party name. So what's up in a name? Just register the damn thing if it's open. Ruto and Oburu summoned troops to plan for 2027 with pressure mounting from opposition and emerging Linda Mwananchi movement. UDA and ODM leaders retreat to build consensus on a pre-election coalition. So there it is. They're planning on how to win the election 2027. Season of losses as top politicians face auction. So that has been highlighted better on page 7. As you go further, it's just on the financials. Now, hospitals stretched as nurses strike disrupts critical healthcare services. So even as nurses are on the street and other healthcare workers, what we're hearing is their employers are saying, yo, mwache kutupigia kelele, go back to work. That despite existing issues that need to be addressed so that the nurses and the healthcare workers can go back to work. Now, MPs back interest cap extension bid. MPs target runway loan charges hurting struggling households. So the National Assembly, during a plenary sitting, backed a proposal to extend the Nduh rule to digital lenders, SACCOs, microfinance institutions, and other non-bank lenders. I'm like, if you're coming in to ensure that interest rates are not so high, sour. But question is, what exactly is the National Assembly doing to address the cost of living in the country through taxation? Because remember, it is them who pass the tax laws.
True, but if you look at the Nduh room, I think what a lot of digital lenders are doing is that they're charging almost double. And according to the law, you can't do that. That the interest cannot be charged in excess of 50% of the actual money that was lent. That's what the Nduh rule says. How they're actually enacting that is a totally different story.
Totally different story. So that's what we have here on the Daily Nation. You want to look at the Star real quick?
All right, on the front page of the Star this morning, Ruto's strategy to build new 27 grassroots army of voters. The strategy is to invite them to State House. Ama?
Yep. So far he's invited like 3 or 4. So
yes, I mean, there's quite a number of people that he's done.
It's okay.
So a 2027 grassroots army of voters, that's what it looks like. I'm sorry, it's true, you're right. The commercial sex workers also were promised 100 million shilling fund.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure what it was going to be for, but you know, they never got their dime or their day in the sun, unfortunately. Maybe that's one of the things that you need to put on the thing. But yes, Ernest Shipale has reminded us of that. I don't know, will they? You know, that could be on our list of maybe folks who are going to be invited to State House.
Yeah.
Too much? Okay, sorry. Kalonzo revives Uhuru Raila 2022 playbook. Wiper Patriotic Front Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka addressed the crowd in Yatta. So he has addressed the crowd ahead of the next year's general election. Okay, that's fun.
Okay.
Peace March. Musa Korir is marching, and he says he's completed 500 kilometers so far. Walked to Nairobi in 8 days to promote peace, unity, and reconciliation in Kenya. Well done, Korir. Life sentence for Kakamega man who killed a 16-year-old mentally ill boy. Yeah. Win for KNH nurses as SRC approves higher allowances. Will they actually be paid? You know, it's interesting because when an SRC approves something, the next step you would imagine is that this thing is actually done.
Yeah.
It would be nice. The IEBC has a new CEO. One Madam Kulundu. She's going to be there for 2 months until the recruitment. She's acting, but the recruitment process then has to take place. If they decide to give it to her because she's then applied and has been found duly worthy, then it could be her. But for the meantime, 2 months is when is the period that she's going to be serving in this particular position. Right. So the interesting thing is, the question is that will the grassroots strategy actually translate to votes? You know, people can tell you anything. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one then to watch and see how that will actually happen or take place. Yes, they're interesting questions here. Our friend Zal Musal, in the opinion comment pages of the Star, is saying that Vision 2060 is a pipe dream till we change our ways. In fact, Zal, I'm going to send you a message and tell you absolutely, if you don't change the way, you will not get to the destination. Just saying.
It's a pipe dream.
It is. It's in the pipe, this particular one. That's the dream. On the front page of the Business Daily this morning, half of state tender winners keep owners' details secret. Well, of course, what do you expect? The people who are making the proper dime are not going to tell you exactly who owns the business. I mean, it's the oldest trick in the book. You're not going to do that anytime to let people know who exactly it is. Yes? Yes. Now, because we have a little time, I want to go to one story that was highlighted in the Standard today. If I can just turn the page, it would be great. Yes. State House billions in the campaign funding question. So when you invite... How many people were in State House yesterday? Give 3,000, 4,000, I don't know. Give or take 1,000. Okay, 500.
500.
Let's say there were 500 people. Okay? These people are going to come, you're going to feed them, of course, which is what is being done. You're going to give them a little bit of something, for their trouble, for coming out and then having to find their way back home. And then you're going to essentially ask them, sijui kama mnanisikia? Ama namna gani, my friend?
Mnanielewa bana?
Mnanielewa? Ama, You're going to have to ask them that a couple of times, and they're going to have to, respond in a rapturous, thunderous agreement. And for that, you're going to give them a little bit of an emolument to soothe the throats. So all of this translates to spending money. And we know that supplementary budget is this now, when you see the supplementary budget and that has gone to beef up the State House operations, are these some of the things that we're talking about? That's where it goes? Or does this money come from somewhere else? And so we have to give you a little bit of something because you've come and I've told you, where, Dennis, this is what I'm trying to do. See, unaona?
Sioni wala. Sioni.
Unaona nimetengeneza hii. Sahi sasa tunajaribu kufanya hii. The only way tunaweza endelea ni mimi acha kuniuliza maswali ngumu.
One asks the question. All these funds that you're spending here, was it budgeted for?
That's what I'm saying. Or is it that money that goes into the supplementary budget essentially that we're seeing coming to play here?
We keep on quoting developed democracies, right? So you look at the United States of America, but remember, it's being told that even when these presidents host people in White House, they pay because that is not budgeted for. So you want to go to developed status. Until that time when we fix our mess, until that time when we handle our basics, like Nzao Musawa said, it will remain being a pipe dream.
It's just a dream. You know how you have that sweet dream, then you wake up and you look around, drool is down your mouth. You're like, oh my God. Then you realize, oh snap, it was a dream. Good morning. Yeah, up on your tuko. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. PNU leader Peter Munya has accused former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua of using threats and disrespectful language toward fellow opposition leaders, warning that such conduct could undermine opposition unity. In an interview with a local TV station, Munya said he will not support Gachagua in a presidential bid, arguing that his leadership style mirrors the dictatorial approach the opposition accuses President William Ruto's administration of exhibiting. Munya said he has no personal differences with Gachagua, but recalled that despite their past family ties, Gachagua publicly branded him as a traitor after taking office.
He's not acting as a bully, he's a bully. You saw when he talked about the governor of Muranga the other day, calling him Kierere and telling him, and the governor was attacked by goons when he went to Olkalau. We think he needs to act more responsibly when dealing with Lindas and everybody else, all human beings. It doesn't have to be Lindas only. Be more responsible. Use your language in a more courteous manner. You can go far. I went to visit his brother in hospital in the UK, representing other governors. I was representing governors in the funeral of his brother. Immediately he was elected, he went to Meru. He said, Munya is a Musaliti.
At the same time, Munya praised Gachagua for highlighting what he described as shortcomings in the Kenya Kwanza administration, saying the opposition can still work together if leaders avoid insults, threats, and internal divisions. His remarks come days after Gachagua challenged Munya over PNU's performance in the recent Olkalau parliamentary by-election, claiming the party secured only 28 votes because it had failed to campaign effectively. In other news, ODM National Chairperson Gladys Wanga says the party will continue supporting the broad-based government, dismissing the possibility of a political alliance with former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Speaking at a rally in Kabondo, Kasipul, Wanga said Homa Bay residents had resolved to strengthen ODM at the grassroots. She defended the party's participation in the broad-based government, saying it has enabled counties that were previously sidelined to benefit from development projects. The Homa Bay governor also accused Gachagua of political arrogance, saying the next general election will determine the country's political leadership.
There are parts of this country that it was said they should get no development. But today, because President William Ruto has decided that we are leaving no Kenyan behind, we are making sure that Homa Bay will get development, just as will Tana River, just as will Kajiado, just as will Meru, just as will Busia. This is the journey we want to walk. We have also made a decision. That any coalition or arrangement that has Rigathi Gachagua, we cannot mix with. We cannot associate with. There are no values that we share as an ODM party with Rigathi Gachagua. ODM party stands for inclusion. Gachagua stands for exclusion.
And National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah has asked Parliament to obtain the official list of officers commanding police stations in Nairobi County to counter claims circulating online about their ethnic composition. Speaking in the National Assembly, Ichung'wah dismissed as fake a social media list alleging that the officers are drawn from a single community, saying it was intended to incite ethnic hatred and mislead the public. Said Parliament has a duty to protect public institutions and curb misinformation that could undermine confidence in the National Police Service.
Therefore, I wanted Your Indulgence, Honourable Speaker, to direct the Chair of the Security Committee to table before the House the actual lists of all the officers commanding police stations in Nairobi County, so that the hate mongers and the ethnic bigot who is using that list out there may be put to shame, like we put to shame his surrogates when they purported that there were issues that were in the finance bill that did not exist. Honourable Speaker, we have a responsibility as leaders to not only inform the country, but also to set the record straight.
Meanwhile, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula directed the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security to table the official list before Parliament. Minority Leader Janet Mohammed meanwhile called for the enforcement of cybercrime laws against those spreading false information likely to fuel ethnic division. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning to you and welcome into the second hour of our conversations this morning. It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock and we are getting into one this hour. Certain questions that we're going to be asking concerning exactly what happens when questions ought to be asked around, okay, so who gets sanctioned or otherwise? We're getting into a conversation around law enforcement and double standards, disparities in pursuing speech violations across opposing political camps. The Honourable Okoh Onesimus is the Member of Parliament for Kajiado North constituency, joins us this morning. Good morning.
Morning to you.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
And we've not seen him in a very long time. Danvers Macquarie, former NCIC Commissioner, is also here this morning. Good morning, Danvers.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Back. Very good. Good.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. It's going to be an interesting one because we have questions, but also then some clarifications sought over certain things and then be able to engage in discourse. But one thing that's sure is that Dennis has a proverb for you and he'll tell you where that's from. And we'd love to get your interpretation.
Yes.
Okay.
Today we are in Mali. And when you think about Mali, think about their gold. But when you think about their gold, think about what that has done to the country because of political instability we see today. It's because everyone is trying to control that wealth. But that notwithstanding as well, I remember one Mansa Musa, the richest man to have ever been known in the continent because of the vast of wealth that he had because of the same gold. They have this great mosque, and it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site because of the architecture that went into it, because they used mud and bricks to bring it up, and it stands out. You see it and you're like, wow, the people knew exactly what they were doing. But the problem we get from Mali today, you will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks. You will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks. How would you interpret it, Danvers?
Simple. Avoid distractions in life. Be focused. Because there will always be distractions. Things, people, situations. or if you know where you're going and what you're supposed to do, you main focus, because that's life. I mean, there'll always be things to pull your attention, and it's upon you to decide what is more important, where you're going, what you're supposed to be doing, or the things that are seemingly urgent, pulling your distractions, and basically it's about distraction.
Yeah. And that's how you interpret it.
Keep focus, keep on the goal, keep moving, no distraction.
Bullseye, yeah? Yeah, well interpreted.
Okay. Usually, as Danvas can attest to, when it's political silly season, people then say whatever they want, whenever they want, and most times seem to get away with it.
Yeah.
And before we get into what it is that we use as an example for this conversation, and I'm sure that Bonangogoy will then be able to send some input into that, what is the general modus operandi when it comes to what you can or cannot say? There's a law, there are suggestions, there is expectation. But when it comes to things that you can or cannot say, what is acceptable and what is not in Kenya at the moment?
Actually, I think Kenya is the only country that when we say we have freedom of expression, which we do in our constitution, on that clause there's a specific limit, and it says it's limited to propaganda, to war, incitement, and hate speech. Yeah, so that is the only limit to what you can say and you can't say.
Okay.
I think it is actually, in English, it's quite clear. Now, the challenge we have is in our laws in the country that implement the Constitution. Yeah, because there's only, out of the three that you're limited to, only one is actually anchored in a such which is the Act, and which says, which defines what hate speech is, which also goes to make it extremely narrow and very high on what actually is defined as what hate speech is. So propaganda to war is it's in the gray area, but rarely do actually, since the Constitution, rarely has anybody been charged in spreading propaganda to war. Yeah, it's usually incitement or hate speech, which the reference to the, as you said, it comes around the political season.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. This week, a member of parliament has been arrested, and he is, yesterday, his case came up for mention, was released on a 250,000 shilling bond. That's John Kagushia. And it would appear for a lot of people that this was, though could be justified, it was unfair in terms of the application of this particular justice, because people may or may not have said things that are much worse but have not been arrested. Does that make an argument?
Once again, morning, and for sure it makes a strong argument. Kagushia, a member of parliament for Mukurweini, and by the way a lawyer, has two arguments in court. One, he has not taken plea because he's arguing that the charge sheet is defective. Because one, who is Kasongo? Because the hate speech is against Kasongo. So who's Kasongo? Number one. Number two, why do you want to charge Kagushia today? Because Kagushia has said something in Nyeri, but you do not want to charge Aaron Cheriot, who says that if you do not vote together with the people from Kericho in the two-term movement, you are bringing in Madoadoa in that region. Why don't you want to charge Adan Duale, who says that a whole community, they are hyenas? What they did on Olkalao is the characteristic of hyenas. Now, what I have a problem with, and by the way, when I went to the university, the only course I did was the Bachelor of Arts in Peace and Conflict Resolution. And while talking about cohesion, there's something called the just war theory. The just war theory argues that there is a time war is allowed if it is a means to peace. There's a time war is allowed if it is a means to peace. You can look at them. There's a just war theory.
Yeah.
And it is not everything that constitutes to ill intention, and especially in the what you call campaigns. Maligning. When you look at the context in which Kagusha, for instance, now is being charged for, everybody is mobilizing towards the side of the divide that they are.
Okay.
The only thing we are not allowed to do right now, you cannot castigate all the Kalenjins because of William Ruto. It's unfair. There are Kalenjins who are suffering the same way other people from different parts of the community are suffering. And therefore, putting all Kalenjins to be in one basket is unfair. And by the way, I'm a person who believes in cohesion. There are a number of things I would not agree to. As an individual, I'm not married from the community I was born in, so I have reservations. There are things I would not do as an individual. What I think we have is selective application of the law. That people who are supporting government cannot be charged for things that are outrightly wrong. But for people who are seen to be in the opposition, if they get into a station like such, today I'm in SpiceFM, you'd find a contingent of police officers outside the gate. You don't look serious. Number two, a Kenyan, well known. I'll find you in this station in the morning. I am sure I'll find you a former commissioner, somebody you know very well. Just summon them. Police summons were actually put in, and the Chief Justice made it better during COVID. You can just summon somebody by a WhatsApp message. This drama that the government wants to put in, you bring 80 police officers, 26 Subarus. Why do you have to do all that? For a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor is a crime that does not have a major implication. It's a misdemeanor. You erred.
I mean, Danvers, when you look at the selective application of the law and queries that Kenyans have with regard to trusting institutions that have been given the mandate to deal with such issues, what does that do to the psyche of Kenyans trusting that then an institution like the police, NCIC, would be able to deliver justice to all and not to a select few?
If you look back 2022 and we were here, actually we launched our biggest campaigns right here in the studio.
Yep.
The number one leading issue or reason why there's always election violence, or why there will be election violence, is trust. And trust here is one, trust institutions and trust in one another. Kenyans just generally don't trust institutions. And for good reason. As Mheshimiwa said right now, you can clearly see there's absolutely no reason as to why the DCI did what they did. Whether Mheshimiwa did or said, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you don't have to go out. That was to send a message, that was intimidation. And rightly to say that there are people within government who actually have been listed by an institution like NCAC who are under investigation, and we don't see them being manhandled and arrested that way. And what they're missing is just a quick history. And this administration came into power promising Kenyans that they will not weaponize law enforcement institutions, like almost like the previous, because this actually started with the previous administration, whereby especially the DCI, the KRA, if the administration is against you, they will use these institutions to come again after you, and they did it pretty efficiently. So when these guys come in, they say, okay, we will not use institutions because these are sacred institutions. As a matter of fact, I usually say these institutions are guardrails to our democracy. Then you weaponize them against people. So what they don't understand is it is expedient for now. It looks like they're scoring bonga points for now, but two things are happening. Number one, here's what is happening. You're undermining the foundation of our country and our democracy, to the extent that when push comes to shove, when the rubber meets the road, we will not trust any institutions, even good ones, because we've lumped all of them guilty by association. Secondly, even politically, here's my issue with what happened the other day. Even politically, this administration, actually, they are forgetting how they got into power because of public sympathy, because they were being harassed every single day. What happened was happening to them. And the guy would go around and say, oh, look how being harassed. So they are using the same playbook, But even politically, it's backfiring because Kenyans are just saying this is really an unfair application of the law. I mean, if the guy has broken the law, as we have said, just summon them. Even we have summons. It's used to have summons. If today you've you say something that we think is unlawful, we'll just summon you because it's first of all the deploying of that resource. Do you know how much resource it takes to deploy? I mean, these guys, if you go to most police stations in this country, barely have fuel. Yeah, they are struggling. Yeah. Then you send 26 vehicles for one fella. I mean, seriously. I mean, we have to be also realistic here. So for me, I will call them out where it's wrong because we are undermining our democracy, and more even politically speaking, it's backfiring. Whoever thought about, I know those orders guys from above, for them to do that, by the way, because I know these guys work. I've worked with them. There's no way a single director at DCI or a senior officer can just decide to do that. It doesn't work like that. But I know how the procedures are internally.
Where is this above?
He's a politician. I will let him say where the above comes from. But he is a politician. But ranks, it doesn't come within. Let's put it this way: it does not come. That's a political call. It does not come within the DCI. For them to do that, knowing how they operate, because I've worked with them numerous times, it's a political call. But what they don't understand is Kenyans are genuinely, regardless whether you agree with Mheshimiwa or not, whether you said or not, you're looking at it and you're like, this is wrong.
Okay, so hang on, Danvers. There's no file whereby, all right, for example, let's use Mheshimiwa Kagushia in this case because that's, the most relevant one at the moment.
Yeah.
So there's no file whereby maybe he was at SpiceFM one day and he said something, we put it down in the file. Maybe the next day he was in a rally in Mukurweini and then he said something, we write that down. There's no file that then they will have a meeting, joined meeting, NCIC and DCI, for example, and they say, okay, guys, the file is now facts. It's time that we actually pulled and said, let's now activate what we know to be the law and let's actually have a conversation with him. You're telling us that actually doesn't ever happen.
Well, so there's the due process. Let me explain the due process in other institutions. There's the due process, especially in a place like this. When you are accused, this Mheshimiwa Ngoyo here is accused of, for example, hate speech. There's a due process, and it is so lengthy. There is no way he can say something today at Spice and then tomorrow he's arrested because there's a due process. It is a lengthy process. The bare minimum is almost 14 days. For the time of fire, and that is assuming everything is really fast tracked. Yeah, you understand. By the time he is charged, it is actually a very lengthy due process, and those measures have been put in a law for a good reason, to avoid such drama that we are seeing today, whereby somebody somewhere can make a call and agree to address somebody. And let me just address, because I've been in such situations when I was a commissioner. There's no one time those calls used to come because they knew for a fact that at one point we have to stand for what is true, and we made it very clear. Now the due process is if let's say even Kagushia said something, the lead time, what we call lead time, the time you open up a file and you summon somebody and arrest somebody and charge them. So from arrest to charging, my friend, it takes a lengthy process because there's so many institutions, there's so many legal hurdles to overcome to protect the individual, because those protections are there for a good reason. Yeah.
Onesimus, when you look at the way the situation was handled with Kagushia, right? Then one asks the question: there is seemingly a political hand behind the arrest and orders from above. Where above today, if you can help us determine where above is, you can tell us, right? But then again, what does that do to the dispensation of justice? Because when you go to court, you have to argue your case based off evidence that there is, and based off also just what exists, laws of natural justice. What does that do to giving justice to wananchi, giving justice even to the accused?
This administration, just like he said, came into power with a number of resolutions that, one, they will not use the criminal justice system to manage the politics and the affairs of this country. Quite unfortunate. The same people who are harassed by the other administration, the Kipchumba Murkomens, are the ones implementing orders that are unjust, that are unfair. It was actually Kipchumba Murkomen who ordered the police to come to arrest Kagushia. Nonetheless, it's okay for you to send an OCS and put Kagusha under arrest. Well known, numbered, with uniform. That's okay. But assuming Kagusha was being charged over hate speech, what would be the normal procedure?
Yes.
It was NCIC to do the summon. NCIC does not arrest first. They call you for a hearing. They give you 14 days. They can even tell you come on Monday and you tell them I'm not available on Monday, I'm available on Thursday. They can summon you. That's number one. After they summon you, they will do their investigation and find whether this amounts to what falls under hate speech, breach of peace. They will determine. And after that, they will send it to the DPP. The ODPP is the one that presses charges against you. And the NCIC will prove its case because they are the ones alleging you committed a crime. They will use the witnesses available. Now, in this case, NCIC has not even called Kagusha. Hate speech it's not a CID, DCI issue. It's not a national police issue. Because you see, we are anticipating that whatever you said is able to bring breach of peace.
Okay, hang on a minute. When I don't know how many people went to arrest Kagusha at the office of our colleagues. Usually, if somebody has come to pick you up, usually, according to the law, you should actually tell them the reason why they're being arrested. Yes? No? Okay. What was the reason that they were being given? Because all of us just assumed that it was because of the comments that he made over the weekend, which, by the way, we are saying here unequivocally that they were not the best comments to make. We're not debating that if that was the issue, that he should have said what he said. The question is, what was he told that he was being charged with that then made this arrest necessary?
At the point of arrest, the only thing he was told is that he has offended the Election Act at the point of arrest.
Okay.
When they realized, when they took him to DCI and then brought him to Kamkunji police station, they realized the Election Offences Act, it's only active when there is a campaign, an election day declared, a campaign period. That is when it is effective. So what they did is that they went and preferred other charges on him under the penal code, that he has an intention to breach peace. Naturally, that is not the job of the DCI and neither the police.
He had an intention to breach the peace. In such a situation, what would the NCIC then do? Because it's interesting, we haven't heard the NCIC call him. We have heard last week that the NCIC did say that they were going to investigate a number of people. CS Dwale was mentioned, Rigathi Gachagua also mentioned, and one other person.
Actually, it is correct that 2 days ago, NCIC put Kagusha part of the people.
He was amongst that list, was he not?
He was.
All right.
Now.
Okay,
so he's been called by them, actually.
So he has been called because they did mention that they were saying, okay, we're going to launch investigations into this. But we've never seen the NCIC push to the point whereby an arrest was then made because of investigations that they had. Usually it's come, a fine, have a conversation, something like that. But what would then warrant such action, Danvas?
For what happened?
Yes.
I mean, like you said, this is pure politics. I don't think it's an issue of law.
Okay.
I'm going to be very honest with you because Mheshimiwa has been very clear in actually articulating the process within the commission. Actually, I thought he's ex-commissioner there. I was being very clear because due process is very important. And it is no one time. Let me give you a true story because this exactly happened in 2022. So this is a playbook that we've seen. In 2022, Mheshimiwa Ntuli was in Eldoret.
Yes.
He used the word Madoadoa, which he has mentioned right now. Because of the history of our country, we actually, it was a Saturday. It was rally in Eldoret on Saturday afternoon. He said, "Kutokuwa na Madoadoa hapa hivi Uasin Gishu." Knowing the history of our country, especially in Uasin Gishu, you can't go there. I mean, you can use something else. Say 6-piece, or if you meant political issues, but you cannot use that word. Because we know the history of our country. We summoned him to come to NCSU on Wednesday. Sunday morning, I'll never forget this. I got a call from very senior people who
above.
No, not above.
Not
UDA.
above?
They were this camp.
Okay.
They're like, dude, why are you arresting this guy? And on Sunday morning, like 3-4 calls coming in. I'm like, who did we arrest? I'm like, you arrested Nduh. Subarus have come in his hotel and have just
picked the guy.
And you don't know where he is. He's going like, I thought you guys said he's coming on Wednesday. So I called the officers. Like, have we arrested Nduh? I'm like, no, we haven't. Like, are you really, really sure? I'm like, yes, we haven't. Can you make a few calls to find out? Because apparently, Mheshimiwa Nduh has been arrested and battled in Subarus, heading to nobody knows where. Same thing. So we make a few calls and realize it's our colleagues at where? The DCI who arrested him. So we were even more perplexed. We're like, okay, first of all, he's violated there's an alleged violation of NCSE Act. We summoned him. He's gonna come on Wednesday and I'll tell you why we do that. Because he said how we do that, I'll tell you why. So then we call and I make a few calls. I realize he's en route to the DC headquarters in Kiambu Road. Okay. Then they call us and they said, "Oh, can NCC come to DCI and record a statement?" Now listen to this. Okay. Can you come over and record a statement from Nduh? Like, we don't operate like that. I mean, he's coming on Wednesday. You can't come right now because there's a reason why we do that. And the reason we do that is because by law, the chain of evidence is very important. When somebody says something on TV, today I say something, Mheshimiwa says something here, just because I said it, and it's clear, Kenyans know I said something that is wrong, or he said something is wrong. That doesn't really matter in the court of law. The question is the threshold of evidence. So that clip, just because it's circulating, doesn't mean anything in the court. I'm just letting you know. Just because it is out there. Now we're trying to appeal to change some. There has to be. We have to go to CAK. Okay. CAK has to come to you, Spice, and say, okay, you need to submit that clip. Now Spice can say we record it or not, and then they have to certify it has not been interpreted. It's not AI. It's not anything, and then send it to us. If it's in some other language, it has to be interpreted. If it's in the English, that takes days. That's why we do that, because by the time we call CAK and the CAK reaches us to you, we know it's going to take a while. Then we call you, say, okay, this is what you said. We can clearly, please write a statement. Yep. And then we have to go, like I say, we have to go, the DP says, okay, you've done your job, now we will issue the warrant of arrest or charge the fella. And that's very important. Now, the DCI skipped all that process because again, calls are made. You understand? Guess what happened to Nduh? He's acquitted. Yeah. There's no charges preferred because you've broken every due process that we could have done, even as we could, because you already muddied the water so much we can't even help it. Yeah. So that's why it's important for us for institutions to follow the due process laid out. Even we have to sometimes resist that pressure and say no, we'll do it now. A few days ago, actually, the 4 institutions came together: the IBC, NCSE, the DCI, and the OPP. Yeah. For they created this high-level multi-agency task force to combat such things, and I commend them. Now, had this arrest had happened after they have done all this organization, then you can justify why DCI did it. Yeah. But it hadn't been, they just jumped the gun. So for me, it is important, and that's why I will always speak the truth. And sometimes again, I used to get in trouble, as the commissioners, because for me, I understand the long game we play as a country. Yeah, we can't just be expedient that just because we disagree with somebody politically, then you can use institutions that are there for law enforcement or for that matter to harass them, to prosecute. It's just not agreeable.
Okay, we're going to go to a break, but then we come back and then open this up a little bit more, then to just get a bit of an understanding, because what we've essentially said here is that there's a process, perhaps the process that we are looking at now that the NCIC is going through with the individuals who have been called or for whom they've said that there will be investigations into them. And it's public, so we can say here, Aiden Duale, Rigathi Gachagua, John Kagushia, to then ask certain questions about what's going on. So the process that you describe is what could be possibly happening right now as we speak. And then if that is the case, then the brothers at DCI then can come and have a conversation with them if it has been founded that there's a threshold that has been met. Okay, you'll come back and explain to us a little bit more. We're talking this morning about, Why then have this on some and not on the others? But it's coming up very clearly here that it's political, and that somebody above in this place where you can't get a visa to is pulling the strings. We'll come back, continue with this in a bit.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, is it any busier in the city this morning? Yes, it is. Most roads lead to the CBD today, and it's actually quite busy. As you come off over the Thika Superhighway as well, it's busy coming through towards the city centre. And Jogo Road is busy going on to Haile Selassie, which, guys, is a mess this morning, moving slowly, and everybody seems to be there today. There's also traffic on Langata Road. Some of that will go down towards Huru Highway, the rest of it through towards that upper hill area. It's busy on around Cabanas there, North Airport Road, Outer Ring, all of that business is starting to pick up as well. We're in traffic hour. Let's talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, # the Situation Room.
Ebola virus disease is a severe and often deadly illness. With outbreaks reported in neighboring countries, we all need to stay alert. Ebola spreads through direct contact with the body fluids of an infected person or by touching contaminated clothing, bedding, utensils, needles, and other surfaces. It can also spread through contact with the body of someone who has died from Ebola. Watch out for symptoms such as fever, severe headache, muscle pain, diarrhea, vomiting, or unexplained bleeding. If you or someone you know develops these symptoms, especially after traveling to affected countries, immediately self-isolate and call 719 or seek medical care. Protect yourself by washing your hands regularly with soap and running water or using a 70% alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid contact with bodily fluids like vomiters, diarrhea at cough, a suspected or infected Ebola patient. If caring for a suspected case, wear appropriate protective equipment and call healthcare providers immediately for assistance. Avoid travel to areas experiencing Ebola outbreaks. If you have traveled recently from an affected area, monitor your health for 21 days and report any symptoms immediately. Avoid eating or handling bushmeat from live or dead wild animals such as bats, monkeys, antelopes, and porcupines. Remember, people affected by Ebola deserve compassion and care, not stigma. Stop spreading rumors and always rely on verified information from the Ministry of Health. For more information, dial *719#, call 719, chat with Jali on WhatsApp at 0700-719-719 or visit www.health.go.ke. Stay informed, stay safe. Together, we can stop Ebola. This message is brought to you from the Ministry of Health, KNPHI, and partners.
As the sun rises, so do we, as we trust it to rise and set without any worries interrupting your day. StarTime's home solar solution with solar panels, hybrid inverter, and lithium battery. Powering your prosperity and happier life. Empowering you to do the things that really matter. A complete and reliable home solar solution. Call us today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we continue with our conversations this morning with Danvas Makori and Kongoyo Onesimus.
Yeah. Mheshimiwa, when you look at the point where we are as a country, different statements have been made, including reports. The Kofi Annan report the other day said Kenya is at the brink of almost 2007, or even worse than that. And that many has also attributed that to statements then coming from the political class. While there is the importance of following then the process in terms of making sure that justice is dispensed, how do we then, now that you play in that circle, how do we ensure that statements that you give do not sound as drums of war?
Like I said before at the beginning, I'll be I'll be the worst of myself if what I was taught in school is not what I'm practicing. I told you I did a Bachelor of Arts in Peace and Conflict Resolution at the Nazarene University, and I was taught the importance of peace. The UN today is the largest employer, naturally, because there's a lot of instability. And what they sell, what the commodity of trade for them is availing peace where there is none. So, I believe let's do politics without incitement. You can be elected without inciting people. We can get William Ruto out of power, not necessarily by demonizing the country. We can sell a better agenda. 2022 is a perfect example that a government was elected by people because of the bottom-up thing. Though it was a lie, but at least we know the William Ruto was elected because he sold an agenda to Kenyans. In 2002, the same. I was still around the country. And you could see Kibaki was elected and people didn't want the Kanu regime because he gave hope to Kenyans that they can deliver a new Kenya. And it was. So come towards 2027, I being one of the players in the game and expected to run a national campaign, much as I'll be contesting for Kajiado North, I want to agree, let's do politics without offending any act or any legislation. The issues of hate speech, Election Act. And you know why we say there's a code of ethics? It's because all of us need to play in a fair environment. And number two, there's nothing like, towards an election, there's nothing like government or opposition. You know, we all need a peaceful country. What happened in 2007 was not nice. Kajiado North grew, not because people shifted to Kajiado North because they wanted. The late Professor George Saitoti started a school called PCA Mixed Day Secondary School. It was supposed to be a girls' school. But because of the exodus of people from Rift Valley, he had to start a school that would accommodate girls and boys in 2007. He even did a makeshift, Mabati classes out of his own resources. So that's not a situation we want. And instability, even when you're in leadership and the country is unstable, you do not have anything to be proud of. So specifically on that issue, I would impress on all of us, both even in DCP. We want to do politics that is agenda-based, and cohesion is part of what we believe in. I mean, even if we get William Ruto out of power, we want the country to be intact. And that's why you'd see some of us, we cross the aisle. We have friends on either of the sides, despite us being in this side. We have our colleagues, though they are, what we call sycophants in the other side, but they are our friends. There are some of them. Even Murkomen is just a sycophant. It's just that he changed. He was our friend, by the way. He doesn't change. Nowadays, he only sends us a few abuses here and there. But, he's also juvenile. You can excuse him. So you just leave it. When somebody is childish, it doesn't mean... It's just the character that has not grown. And for that reason, you excuse them. But allow me to say that it is not everyone. Among us, all these politicians, even both in government, not all of them. There are some who are mature. Even on our end, there are some who make mistakes. Let us correct those mistakes. We say we are in growth. Even the country itself. Actually, Kenya is a good democracy, and its democracy is still growing. We have not reached where we should be, but that's why we have the law, so that the law takes care of all of us to equalize us. And in my honest opinion, we are not doing so well. I would not want to see what I saw in 2007.
That was, when you talk about the criminal justice system where NCIC as well does sit, one asks the question, seemingly everyone is working in silos. Everyone is doing their thing on the side and not speaking together, because if at the end of the day NCIC would do its investigations, it would summon people and before then going to the DCI all the way to the DPP, there has to be a clear way of working together so that at the end of the day you have a strong case to present before the court. But what you're seeing today is this matter has been bungled from the word go. How do we fix that? You were there before. How do we fix that to ensure that when we bring cases to court, we're not bringing cases to ask for further investigations?
excuse me. First of all, how do you fix it? Actually, a few days back, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, they convened, and CSC, IBC, ORPP, and DCI convened the multi-agency task force. Because silos are dangerous and are very ineffective and bureaucratic. In 2022, we sat together with the Office of Director of Prosecution and the Chief Justice. We convened, and it was for a very good reason. When today, if you're charged, let's say with hate speech, it will take approximately 4 to 5 years by the time your case is heard and determined. And we knew for a fact politicians love that because Leo may arrest him too. Somebody will forget even 3 weeks later what you said. Yeah. So we sat together and had an issue, and we had a meeting with the Chief Justice. And I thank her because she established 5 courts, 5 special courts. Okay, in 2022, specifically to hear hate speech issues and election offences, and the ODP gave us 115 prosecutors. Okay, so what we did, and we gave notice to the political class. We say, listen, today, in this time, if we arrest you or charge you with hate speech, you have almost. Actually, the Chief Justice promised less than 3 months. We're pushing for a month. From the time your case is heard and determined, you basically be in prison within a month. And you did not hear any politician misbehave in 2022. We didn't actually have, apart from what Lituri said about Mutanu, there's really nobody I can tell you for free we had an issue with.
So are you saying that as a result of that, where you make it public that this is what is going to happen, then you set a precedent where people then will behave themselves? Deterrence, right? Right?
Yeah. So, and it actually worked because they knew for a fact you don't have 5 years now. You have 1 month. Actually, by the time you're arrested, by the time you're sentenced, you have exactly 1 month. And that's within the election period. Yeah. So we understood you will even have, you're not probably in the ballot to begin with.
Right.
So to answer your, that's why they did this, because it helps a lot in fast tracking, in creating a deterrence within the criminal justice system. So that also what we did also is give an assurance and make it very predictable what will happen, so that you know exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. So in case you've arrested Shimia Onesmus today, if you see him arrested and jailed within a month, you don't say, okay, how comes his case was fast tracked and how comes it is everybody, this is exactly going to happen.
Because that's what's in the law right now.
It is a cooperation.
It's an agreement.
It's an agreement. It wasn't in the law right now. If you go within the laws, the criminal justice system right now, it takes forever.
Sure.
That's the reality.
So there is an understanding amongst these 4 parties that we'll do whatever we can to fast track anything that comes so that people can understand, because you're looking at the bigger picture here, that you want to keep people safe, kind of like what Onesmus talks about here. You want to keep people safe. It's interesting because you and Mokomen are namesakes, by the way. I just wanted to remind you that. I just wanted to remind you that just
the bad Onesmus.
Okay. But that is so that for the greater good, for peace, that agreement has been arrived at. But I want to understand, because here we are, and everybody's the audience here, and when people are at a rally and they say certain things and it comes to the public, you're not quite sure. So which one is okay? When Kagusha says what he said, when Aiden Dwali calls people, hyenas. Because he did. I mean, people always talk about how it can be misconstrued.
No,
what I
There's no misconstruction of that.
Is not what I meant.
No.
I didn't mean hyena, the one in the bush. I meant another. I don't know. But can you say that? Or when people say that you don't have any votes here, it belongs to the mountain, kind of thing. What is allowed? Because maybe we can understand. Because my threshold. I mean, I could insult you within an inch of your life and somebody else wouldn't take offense. But what are we saying is the threshold that has been set that you cannot cross?
There is, I think I would underline what Mheshimiwa Onesmus has said here. And because here is a problem we have in our country. Right now, as we speak, we have serious problems in our country. And Kenya is really, really suffering. And people are going through a lot. And it's unfortunate that politicians, because I'm going to put that your question into context. of our daily existence as Kenyans. Right now, if you go to Mombasa Road, right now, outside your studio right now, people are walking to work because they don't have fare.
Yes. Yeah.
To these industries back here.
Yes.
Yeah. And they're just struggling. Organized people have been laid off. Companies have been shut down because of this, just the bad economic times we face. Now, it's very unfortunate when political leaders from both sides of the aisle are engaging, they're trying to see how far they can go to the edge.
Right.
You understand? How can I push the envelope and be offensive? Now, a lot of things they say actually is not so much illegal, it's just offensive. Sometimes we mistake that.
Okay.
Yeah, so somebody says very offensive things, they're like, how in the world why would they say that? It's so offensive. But guess what? Legally speaking, they haven't come to the threshold of incitement or hate speech. They just know how to push the envelope.
Yeah.
Now, I would urge, like he has said, and if you look at the political class, it's not many that actually do that. It's just, I usually call it the majority actually are within are reasonable and sensible. Yeah. What I call the frequent flyers. The guys who are always constantly. We used to have the same thing in the city. We know who they are. We know they'll push the envelope because maybe they have nothing to sell. So I would flip it the coin like this to Kenyans. Please reject leaders, regardless of what side they come from, who have nothing to offer to you but insults and try to push the envelope because we have serious problems. Listen to a leader who says, okay, here's your problem economically, here's what I will proffer as a solution. Yeah, because if we have fiscal policies that are wrong, here's what I can fix. Because the leaders we need, because in most countries, if you go to our neighboring countries, we don't have this we don't have these dances or politicians just pushing the envelope and being so offensive. Yeah, so I would also recommend and even for you as within the news media to just mute some of these people because over time you give them so much airtime, and those sensible ones you don't give them much airtime. We always give these noisemakers who are so offensive so much airtime. Yet people who have serious policies that can fix our country because they sound boring, because they're not exciting, because they don't offer insert in political rallies. We don't give them. So for me also,
a dog wags a tail, or a tail doesn't wag a dog.
I know. But you see, it is an ecosystem. What I'm trying to say is an ecosystem. Yeah. Because also, do you know why you do it? Because if you go to a political rally right now, and I've been to many of them, both when I was a professional, the commissioner, even right now. The politician who excites people is the one who really pushes the envelope and calls this. But if you come here and says, I have 5 agendas and talk about policy, guys, man, they have no time to listen to you. You understand? So for me, it's an ecosystem where we need to course correct. We have to course correct everybody, the political class, beginning with them, but also the population, because the why they start is because people like listening to such.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you talk about the platform. So, we actually, because we have a conversation, but we talk to ourselves as well, that we can actually deplatform some of this nonsense, and that we will get to a place whereby the real thing shines through. And the folks then who will be telling you about maintaining peace, avoiding conflict, bringing out policies that actually matter for the people of Kenya, it will shine through, and then we'll be very clear. We don't have to be confused in rallies and things like that, because you will then know who is interested in building the nation. Would you agree with that?
I agree with you. I'm a good student of history. Julius Nyerere built Tanzania with politics of inclusion. Martin Luther rallied Americans with the message of non-violence. Mahatma Gandhi moved India to what it is today by messages of peace and and his message of salt, when he believed that salt is a small component, but what it does so many things that can change the world. And he used to tell people, you're like salt. You can be good for food, you can be good for an injury, anything, and therefore I believe that we can still change. Of course, we have a big problem with the object of, the presidency. See, when you have the presidency that is defective, it's not very easy. They say everything, John C. Maxwell says, everything rises and falls on leadership. When the president looks at the opposition and says, he wajinga, it is not very easy to have sanity. It's not very easy.
The first thing you want to do is respond.
Yes,
to that.
because let me
Okay.
tell you, there's no way he will say that and think that he will have an easy ride. We will go after him. And I'm telling you as a politician. So when you have a president who is like that, you know why Kibaki, as a person, did not have so many controversies amidst even controversial elections, is because his character was very peaceful as a person. Even those ones who didn't like him, there are a number of things they would not want to engage Kibaki over. The former president Uhuru Kenyatta, one thing that was good about him is that he would not care so much about what you tell him. He would not care so much. It was not very personal to him what you say. He would actually even tell politicians, go, even those ones on his team. That's a good character. And by the way, one of the things we should do, we should not have an extremist in any side of the divide. Politicians who are extreme, a president who is extreme is not good. Actually, I just remembered in school 2 things. Spoilers and extremists are the reason why politics cannot have sanity. So if you have an extremist or a spoiler, somebody who intentionally wants to show, you have somebody like Oscar who just wants to show his community and the president that I support you. So I can do anything on the extreme. I can record and say everything that I want and I am done. But allow me also to tell you that for this 2027 election, are we able to have a lot of discipline? Not with the current president. Not possible.
Are you saying that the members of parliament, for example, or those who politicians, will only behave in the way in which the behavior of the president elicits?
Monkey see, monkey do. Don't be lied to, because that's the mirror we have.
And fish rot from the head.
Yeah.
Danvers, even as we come to the top of the hour, we don't want to head back to where we were 2007, and it calls for sanity across board. The criminal justice system, everybody has to play their role. The political class as well has to play their role in making sure that this country is preserved. What would be your clarion call, especially to the criminal justice system where you sat?
One, remember that you are a duty bearer and you're a custodian of our constitution. And you've been given that leadership, not just by Kenyans, also by God. Your responsibility is beyond an individual. Let me say this because of duty bearers are state officers. A state officer takes an oath. We took an oath to the state, not to a regime, not to an individual. You understand? There's a difference between a state and a regime. Your allegiance, duty bearers, those who can listen to me, your allegiance is to the state, not to an individual. And when you understand that, then your conscience will be clear when you stand for what is right rather than what is political expedient. You resist those calls and pressure when you're told to do something that you know for a fact undermines the law and the sanctity of what you swore an oath to. Yeah? So first of all, to me that is because. Secondly, if you do not hold your line, yeah, 2007 was a collapse in many areas, including the criminal justice system. Yeah. So you are the guardrail. State officers, you're the guardrail to our constitution. Your guardrail to peace and security is you. The officers, whether you're the National Police Service, National Intelligence Service, there are a commissioner, you're a judge, regardless of who you are, as long as you're in the criminal justice system or the security system, you're the guardrail that makes sure this vehicle called Kenya does not go overboard. So for you to be used by individual, regardless of who it is, because times come and go, nobody's permanent. Because let me tell you something. Did you see what happened to yesterday? The Sheikh Hasina, former Bangladesh Prime Minister, says she's going back. Now, after the revolution in Bangladesh, the protest, she was charged and with crimes against humanity and sentenced to death. Now she wants to go back. What is important with Bangladesh? What I liked what they did is they hold the entire, beginning with her, they held everybody accountable to what they did. So let me say this as a state officer: one day, one time, you never know who's going to come out. There will be a day of reckoning and accountability. So do you want to be on the short end because you said our received orders is not an excuse,
right?
I was told it's not an excuse in defense. niliambiwa nifanye. No, it is you.
And that moment,
it is you who acted. It's you who did. It's you who gave orders, and it's you who held accountable. One day in this country, there'll be a day of reckoning. There'll be a day of accountability. So will you say, "Oh, I was told"? No. The person who told you is not in existence. So for me, that is my current call to the officers. And secondly, the political class, as we said here, we honestly have some serious problems in our country and challenges. Can we just offer solutions to Kenyans?
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed, and then get help our country.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A great way to end this morning. And for us to then say that these conversations must continue and that the seeking after peace, Mheshimiwa, must continue. Asante sana to both of you joining us in this this morning. Danvats Makori and Onesimus Ngogoyo. Asante sana. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has called on opposition parties to strengthen grassroots campaigns and work together ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking to residents of Mathioya and Kangema constituencies, Gachagua denied claims that he is targeting other parties, saying his focus is on building the DCP while encouraging other parties to revive their grassroots networks. A sad political success depends on voter mobilization at the grassroots, not media engagements alone, and criticized PNU leader Peter Munya over the party's poor performance in the All-Kalau by-election.
Niliwaona juzi kwa Azimio, nimeona jana kwa press conference. Mi naomba hawa, we are also missing you in action. Bwana Kifuti huko na mali, kuja ujiunge na sisi. Tufanye hii kazi ya kufukuza Kasongo. Peter Munya, come, we work together. And also build your parties. Please, don't embarrass your parties. Usiweke candidate where you have not prepared. Because pale Mruadikili waliweka, wakapata kura 70. Hapo All-Kalau 28. Sasa wanaanza kulia DCP na tunyanyasa. Sasa CDP tunauza kila siku. We want all parties to be strong. Our sister mother, wonderful iron lady, we respect her. Na kwa hii kazi amejitolea na tunamheshimu na chama yake. And we encourage all these parties. Ijiuze. Lakini that does not mean ati sisi tuache kuuza yetu tuangoje. Si sasa kila mtu auze yake. Mimi niuze chama gani? Mimi nitauza chama kingine kweli?
The continued cutting of mature trees in Nairobi has sparked public concern, with conservationists warning that the city is steadily losing its green spaces to development. Governor Johnson Sakaja has warned state agencies, contractors and private developers against felling trees without county approval.
We've seen trees being cut down around State House. We've seen trees, and that is by Kura and Kenha. We've seen trees being cut down, across the city. Even Kenya Power, they've been doing it because of their lines. And so we want to caution them. We will arrest their officers if they continue to do that. But for what the destruction that has been done, a penalty must be put because they must restore, and they must plant a multiple of what they've cut.
The Kenya Urban Roads Authority has denied responsibility for the tree cutting, saying its role is only to identify trees affected by road projects. The authority says the actual removal is carried out by the Nairobi County government after securing the required approvals.
They are approved. We even have letters to that effect that they are approved, and they're the ones who cut the trees for us. We don't have ours within ourselves, and our contractor cannot cut trees. Only that the person who is in charge is the county, and they are the ones. We only tell them these are the trees that we want to be removed, and they will do it for us, and we pay them.
Kura says 19 trees were approved for removal during the construction of a 3.1-kilometer road and a permit valid until 23rd August. The agency has committed to planting 60 seedlings after the project is completed.
Because we also care about the environment. When those trees are done, the road is done, then we will go and see whether we can plant also trees again to revive what has been there, because we also care about the environment. It's not that we don't care, we care about the environment. Only that with this kind of development that is going on now, something has to give way.
Environmental groups, including Friends of Nairobi's Forest and Green Spaces, have criticized the loss of mature trees, warning that development in areas such as Ngong Road Forest threaten key ecological spaces. The group says projects within the forest, including transport and commercial developments, risk fragmenting the ecosystem. It argues that development should be balanced with environmental protection, noting that newly planted seedlings cannot replace the ecological benefits of mature forest. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yo. It's 9 minutes after 8 o'clock and it's the 6th of August. Did I tell you that it was? Yes, it is. And we're getting into another conversation this hour. Communication strategist Brian Odhiambo Otieno. Did you know his name was Brian? He'll be with us in just a short while. We were going to have Dr. Kuro Okoh, but some things, the minions, you remember those minions I told you that operate within the dark walls? Yeah, they decided to come out to play last night. So let's see if that will yield any kind of results. But you know what? As they say, even if the lead actor is not in the drama, the show must go
on.
Thank you very much, please. These conversations, we will continue to have them. We will talk about these things. The fact that we often forget that one of the things that we can do is bring things to the fore in the conversations that we have is interesting at best. We said that we are not going to relent, or we're not going to forget about certain things. And as a segue, as this will come and go to a segue in a conversation that we'll have, there's a story, and we highlighted it this morning on page 5 of the Standard. The Otieno family is asking that there should be a release of the Muthaiga CCTV clips. And this now forms the basis for the conversation that we're having this hour. The family of the slain Eric Otieno and human rights activists were yesterday morning mounting pressure on the National Police Service to release CCTV footage from Muthaiga Police Station. Otieno, 19, died under unclear circumstances after being detained at the station following his arrest on Thika Road. Speaking on behalf of the family, lawyer Alvin Atalo said investigators must urgently secure the CCTV footage, OB extracts and hospital records before they are tampered with or lost. We're already on, since he died, day 3. Okay, and since he was released from hospital, day 4. Released from the police station, day 4. A lot can happen in 96 hours, and this is why Atalo was insistent yesterday and said, release them, and release them now. It's interesting that as long as Eric Otieno, may God rest his soul in peace, has been dead, it is also this long that IPOA has been dead silent about this particular thing, that somebody went under such turmoil allegedly in the hands of police, or while in police custody, and that the oversight authority of the police, it's not oversight authority of market sellers, it's not the oversight authority of construction workers, it's not the oversight authority of Juakali skilled workers. It is the oversight authority of the police, and that something happened under the duty of care of the police, and that you, as the authority, on day 4, have said nothing. Even a church mouse is louder. That is a cause for worry and concern. The CCTV clips will essentially be able to tell you a lot of information, akin to what we see in the current case of
Albert Ojwang,
that the CCTV footage is speaking in manners that people in court don't have to. Now, you can imagine why the family is insisting, give us the CCTV footage, because many things can happen. You can lose it, you can erase it, you can alter it, you can just decide that you can do whatever it is that you want with it. So before that has an opportunity to happen, release it. So why wouldn't they be doing that until now?
And the insistence of the CCTV is because one Cabinet Secretary for Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen, confirmed to Kenyans that each and every police station has a working CCTV camera, right? And with that then, these will help to piece up the pieces, piece up this case in showing exactly how this gentleman entered, how he left, because then that goes to further inform how he was treated and ask the question, what happened when he was under police custody, that when he was leaving, either he was struggling to walk, he was on a stretcher and was going to hospital. What exactly happened while in custody of the police?
Do IPOA think that they're actually there to protect the police? I would the closest thing I can think of comparison for IPOA is internal affairs with other police departments in different parts of the world. That what their job is to do is that internal, that the things that are happening within the police, then somebody has an eye on them and say, excuse me, excesses, you can't do this, you can't do that. Or, if there's misbehavior or, criminality within the service or within the force or within the department, then they're the ones to call it out. At the very least, IPOA should have been able to say, okay, there is conduct akin to perhaps unsatisfactory, or that there are questions, and the answers to these questions may be in this CCTV footage. Why wouldn't you, the moment, because the rest of the country understands what happened so far, there was a press conference, there were people who were mourning outside of a hospital, there were people who went to a police station and asked questions, there was an older sister of this young man who cried herself hoarse and was basically talking about, even if you don't know what happened in the police station, the very fact that a police officer told this woman that, can you clean up this mess and get this guy out of there, that alone should have warranted IPOA to say, hello, hey, we're here. Can you tell us what happened? That it is met with resounding, thunderous, in this case, silence, is something that we ought to be worried about. And I'm going to say it again. I said it day before yesterday. I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again. If you continue to condone such behavior and refuse to be part of what will fix the system, prepare for future cases of anguish to this measure, if not more. It will continue to happen. There are people who sit. Remember what Danvers said the last hour? He said that just people saying that these four entities have come together to agree that if there is a case of Dennis having done 1, 2, 3, and it has been agreed by all these parties that we're going to fast track this thing, and that within a month, guilty, you go to jail, right? What did he say happened? That in 2022, except for one, we didn't see cases of this nonsense.
Yes.
So the same thing here. There are people who are sitting around saying that I can beat the hell out of you.
No, I can beat the life out of you.
Exactly, literally. And nobody's going to do anything to me. Now, if you don't set a deterrent, it is going to continue happening. So you see that anger that you're feeling? Those tears that you're crying? That anguish that is wrenching your soul? Prepare for more. Yeah, let me be the one who is going to be that forecast where it says that if you're not engaged in conversation, if you're not engaged in conversation onto action, if you're not activating your constitutionally given right to insist on certain things in terms of how things should run, be ready.
And people should not mistake this to just be any other case, no. It has to get to a point where enough is enough. And enough is enough is not because a life has gone today. Enough is enough ought to be other cases that were reported within the police station. That it continues to happen in 2026, despite the entire country going to the streets to complain about what happened to Albert Ojwang, what happened to Boniface, and many other cases. It is a time when we must put our feet down and say, never again. Because like we asked Nduh, there's that saying where they came for my neighbor, I was quiet. You know, they came for my brother, I was quiet. They've come for me, and there's no one else to talk or to raise this issue on my behalf. The reason why we are so tough on IPOA is because these are individuals who are out there to make sure that police excesses become a thing of the past. There's a reason why the internal affairs unit of the police is not trusted, that the framers of the constitution saw it fit to have IPOA who would then come in there to protect Mwananchi.
Okay, so if IPOA doesn't want anybody to talk, who do you want to talk?
Exactly.
Who do you expect is supposed to raise these issues? Who is supposed to say, for example, release those CCTV clips so that we can see exactly what happened to this young man? Because what you're doing, you know what you're doing? You're diluting the potency of hope. You're diluting the potency that these three siblings who want to know what happened to their brother are not going to be able to get it because you're quiet. That's what you're doing. You're taking what's left. There's very little left, and you're taking it away. Because what other business, apart from the oversight of the police, would IPOA be involving itself in the last 3 days? Today's Thursday. Today's day 4. I knew that by Tuesday afternoon, we would see somebody behind a microphone saying something. But that has not happened yet. So, in your angst, those are the things that we'll be thinking about today, but I'm going to repeat that you should be ready for more to happen. But perhaps, Mutanu will tell us today that perhaps there is hope, and we'll see and understand what should actually happen in terms of communication in some of these things. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Amazing as usual. Yourself?
I want to say amazing as usual, maybe, but I don't want to steal your line. So allow me to think about my own, and then I'll let you know. But I'm well, thanks.
You're looking good, very good.
Thank you so much.
The compliment is welcome.
Asante sana.
We need it. We really need it.
We really need it. Yeah. Aseto is also looking very fine.
Asante. Very good. Very fine.
It's very good.
You should have just added thank you. Looking fine, thank you.
Right? Yeah. So we're getting into these conversations this morning, but you know what we'll do? We'll still go to today's proverb because I would love to get your interpretation of that.
Today we're in Mali. The proverb You will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks. How would you interpret it?
You will waste a lot of time reacting to every criticism, but they're there, and there's so many. Yeah.
You'll waste a lot of time.
Yeah.
Responding to criticism that will be there anyway.
And you know, most of the time, people who criticize don't really know what's going on because they're not inside, they're outside. Yeah. So we always say mistakes made in audacity can be corrected in further audacity.
Here's my pen to write these things down. My goodness.
Mistakes made in audacity can be
corrected in further
audacity.
Yeah.
So what happens to the audacity of IPOA is the question that we're asking here.
Yeah.
Because let's say that you made a mistake. Okay, let's even assume that what happened to Eric Otieno over the weekend. Because, you know, according to what we can or cannot do standardization, we have to say allegedly, because we do not know unequivocally. We do not know what happened. We do know that he left the way he did not come. He walked into a police station. That we know because they arrested him and they held him. We don't know how he left because we can't see that. But we know that he's dead. And the body tells a story, that's what a post-mortem does. And the only way that he could have had such injury and lived through it, or rather, the only way that he would have such injury is if somebody instilled that injury on him. So we don't know what happened in there. But is it not because we don't know that a body like IPOA should then stand up and tell us, hello, let's require certain things so that we then can know? But the silence that we're met with is a bit worrying, because then what does it mean for anybody, and I can say anybody, who is in police custody today? How can we be sure that they'll come out of it alive?
I can't begin to imagine the pain that the family and friends of Eric can be going through right now. It's absolutely painful, and I have to say my condolences to the family and to the friends of Eric. It's a shameful thing that in this day and age we are having suspects who are in custody of the police die within the police cells. Before even talk about IPOA, we want to look at the government straight in the eye and ask very important questions. And I want to go back to Murkomen's policy pronouncement when Albert Ojwang died in the police cell. On the staircase of Arambe House, Murkomen, flanked with so many police generals and the ministry, high-ranking officials, pronounced that every police station must now proceed and install CCTVs.
Yes.
And he gave the direction, the police direction, on how that was to be implemented. Today we are on the 6th of August. This has not been implemented. So the first person that we have to look at before even we look at IPOA is Murkomen, because he's failing the government. And I've always said, I think Murkomen is a lethargic fellow sitting in that office. He doesn't have any understanding of what security looks like. And I've said before, and with a lot of respect, some lawyers are very poor managers. There are some who are very good, but quite a number of lawyers are very poor managers. And Murkomen is showing us exactly why he should not be in that office. Because when such an incident happens, and you made a policy pronouncement some months back, what should have happened by now? Its heads should have rolled thoroughly. Heads should have rolled. Because as these people bury Eric, we are not going to wait by the sidelines and wait for Murkomen to again fail the government and fail the people. This is wrong. Number two, when you look at IPOA in its structure and format, IPOA cannot do anything meaningful in this country.
What does that mean?
IPOA is a witness in court processes. Because from which moral ground is IPOA talking? IPOA does not have an understanding, especially the officers who are appointed to IPOA. I don't know whether there's a new director there. It's called Duncan, must be. If I'm not wrong.
Yes.
We sat with him sometimes.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. And
Dr. Duncan Ojwang is now the chair of IPOA.
Yes. I do expect by now that he should have made some pronouncements, serious pronouncements with regards to this, even just an apology out of common sense. There's nothing coming through in terms of apology. There's nothing coming through in terms of even visiting these people. There's nothing coming through in terms of getting even these rogue policemen. But the worst thing, the most painful thing in this country, when I watched Albert Ojwang's case in court, Dennis, I saw CCTV which we may have never seen of people who are not uniformed police officers getting into the police precincts and hammering somebody the way they hammered Albert Ojwang to death. And the police are coordinating and cooperating with them.
And cleaned it up.
And cleaned it up. It is sad to say. I don't know which kind of country we are living in. And perhaps it's the reason why so many people are angry. Because such things should never happen in a country where people have common sense. And in a country where police who claim to be trained properly should be able to know that the basic thing that they need to do is to protect the lives of the citizens, are ending up with dead bodies. It is sad. One time I talked to Charles Owino, the current government spokesperson, and when I talked to him, I did ask him, Charlie is my friend.
Okay.
That's why I call him Charlie. I asked him, Charlie, what is the biggest scare of any police officer? Because you've been a police officer and a police trainer for a long time. And Charlie told me, a suspect dying in custody of a police officer is one of the greatest and most grim, if there's English like that, situation of any police officer. Because it earns you a place in court and you will go home.
They know this.
They know.
They know this, but they are allowing situations whereby because this is not to insult. This is this is not to go into look at the structure of Eric Otieno. His pictures are all over the place. He is not wide-girthed. He is not a big man.
Like
He's a small man. It doesn't take rocket science to figure out that if you hit this man over and over in a certain way, you will injure him. I mean, the same could apply for somebody who was bigger bone structure. It would happen to somebody else. But if you tell me that because usually we are guided by our fears as human beings. So how do you tell me that your greatest fear as a police officer is that somebody dies in custody? Because that's the conversation that we're having today. That somebody dies in custody at your hand. But then you go ahead to behave in a manner that would counter that fear. How do we reconcile that?
Do we have police officers who are dangerously rogue and who can be overtaken by anger and professionalism is set aside? We do. And these police officers are too many, unfortunately. The worst thing that happens is that most police officers go to Kiganjo for a short-term training, and after that there's no refresher course. There's no refresher course. Somebody who was trained in 2001 is still operating under the same training that was given in 2001 today. The only other thing they're getting is threats from the ministry, threats from their bosses. But are they retrained? They are not retrained. There are elements within the police ranks who are participating in very heinous things. And it has been like that for a long time. And perhaps what we needed to have looked at is, one, the hiring quality of police officers. What kind of people are we hiring to be police officers?
Well, you're hiring the people who probably will, in some cases, pay. Remember that this was almost a scandal in the last recruitment for Kiganjo, that people were paying for their people to be hired as police officers.
And I often say that things don't go wrong. Things start wrong. Things don't go wrong, they start wrong. Because if you hired somebody because they had 200,000 shillings and they gave a bribe, obviously, this person is going to seek to make this money because the system is already rotten from the onset. Well, as the government tried to say, we will ensure there's no corruption, they say that. But does it happen? It happens all the time. The corruption still continues. So, do we have a chance where some rogue elements from the community enter the police service? In fact, Nduh, I don't know how long you've lived in this country, but I can tell you that in most of these households, some of the toughest or most indisciplined children are sent to the police to go and be policemen. It's the culture. Dennis, I believe you know this. You say, wacha tutampeleka kwa polisi. There is no other option. And I'm not saying all police are like this. We have, very good policemen. We have PhD holders there. We do. We have Christians. We have bishops inside the police. But quite a rank of these policemen are rejects of the community. Who the community says, this one ameanguka, mpeleke huko. So can we review first the way we are hiring our policemen? Can we review second, what is the dignity around these policemen? But most importantly, what is the deterrent around policemen who are rogue like this one? It should be some quick action. By the time the burial is being done, in my view, this person should have been interdicted. I don't know if they've been arrested. I don't know what's happening.
No, we don't. There's nothing that has happened.
Nobody's talking to us. There's a communication failure from this guy called Munyiri or who? Muchiri. This guy who writes police statements all the time. I don't know what he communicates about.
But you see, when you look at what you continue to see and why I'm saying continue is because this is not the first time we're doing such kind of reports. Ojwang is there. We have Njoki is there. Kenjokoma brothers are there. Now we have Brian Odhiambo as well, and many other Kenyans who've died in police custody. Whilst there is the cardinal rule where police fear anyone dying in their custody will take you home, there is equally a feeling that mtadu you get, because we're also being told there is order from above. And one asks the question then, what happens in someone's psyche that even the greatest fear they have is something that they just don't care about? That they no longer look at their purpose as serving Mwananchi, but to mistreat Mwananchi to the best rank there is.
You know what rings in my mind? A few years ago, about 3, I visited one of the private mental facilities in this country, which has one of the biggest agreements with the government in terms of taking care of police mental health. And we were discussing with the CEO there, is my friend. And in our discussion, he did tell me that the police are constantly traumatized. They're traumatized from a lot of things that happen to them. Especially the work environment of the police is not good. Those who enjoy the work environment are the ones at the higher rank. These ones, the corporals, the constables, maybe sergeants from Sergeant Nefadali, but ata hapo bado, because most of them aren't allowed independence of thought. Let's just pull back a little bit and analyze this thing in the context that it deserves. If you look at the Kenjokoma brothers, for example, you come to Albert Ojwang. In fact, the Albert Ojwang case is the most evident one. You realize that somebody gave an order. And there is this silly saying in the police ranks that amri ni kubwa kuliko aliyeitoa. Amri ni kubwa kuliko aliyeitoa.
An order is greater than
the person who gave the order.
Okay.
So you have to comply to the order. And remember, in his talk in court, in the papers in court, that OCS, former OCS of Central, and the other guy, the other police is called who? There's other one who was sent, Mukwana. He says that there was an order that was given by some big man. And this big man just wanted this guy to be disciplined a little bit. And
so they said injure him, but don't kill him, is what they said,
Yeah. And I think I've told you here sometimes before that people never know how far to go with sin. You invite an outsider and he comes in and bludgeons somebody like they bludgeoned Albert Ojwang. It shows you that there is that informal thing in the police which now we have to talk to the police about. The police who are listening, who are watching, now they must listen to this. That amri haiwezi kuwa kubwa kuliko aliyeitoa. Because at the end of the day, it is you in the dock. You are now seeing these big men abandoning you. Right when you go to the courts. The court system is very different from your police system. And that is one thing that every policeman must now appreciate. If you're being sent by your senior who is giving you an illegal order, you are allowed to reject that order.
Something has been said
Yes.
that the police, in one way or the other, do what they do because of their living condition, poor working condition. And I'd say that is utter nonsense. You know why? Because many other Kenyans in this country still go through similar or the same kind of treatment. Cost of living is high, corruption iko juu, insecurity is there, but no Kenyan is wielding machete out here or rungu trying to attack another person. They deal with their issues with the hope that things will get better in the future. Have we allowed that line and given the police the right to do what it is they want? Because, your living conditions are worse now, you can do whatever it is you want.
In fact, Dennis, the living condition is just one of the contributors. The most painful thing for a police officer, I just want to be in their shoe for a minute and be the devil's advocate for a minute, that you're having somebody who is your boss, who denies you autonomy of thinking and tells you that wewe uko chini yangu, you have to do what I want. If you don't do it, you're going to lose your job. What happens? You think, naenda kupoteza kazi sababu ya order too. Then let me implement the order. I have heard of cases where traffic police officers are sent to the road to go and pick money, and in the evening it is accounted to the bosses. What I'm talking about here is that as much as we would want to say, the living condition is not a contributor, but let us look at the autonomy of thought. You are not allowed to think for yourself. You're not allowed to be human.
But in the moment where you're bludgeoning somebody to death, it's you in that room.
It is, and that's what we are saying. It is you in that room. And that's what the police now have to come to accept. That, look, you are not born to be a police officer. If an order is wrong, if an order looks bad as it is looking, if you feel so offended that this person did so bad to you, then you are allowed, one, to resign. Resign. In fact, any of us who have ever resigned from jobs before, we know that resignations are always blessings. Resign. God is telling you, resign, go to something else. Stop sticking where you're being abused. Move on to something else.
Let's see how easy that will be, or let's not further this conversation, because then there are those who operate in that space, and then there are those that are there to oversight them. We're going to have to come to IPOA at some point, and the people who speak on behalf of the police, it's a tough conversation, but one that must be had. Odhiambo Tennis is here with us this morning. We'll take a break and come back and continue this conversation. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, still busy in the city? Yes, it is. There's traffic on Outer Ring, in and outbound, actually, and it continues for some time. We're also looking at traffic that's coming in heavy on Jogoo Road, heading out towards towards Landys and then through to the city centre. It's also busy coming off of Thika Superhighway, but just after Survey through towards Pangani at the underpass, and that takes us through on one side to Wangari Maathai, where there is some traffic, and also then busy inbound coming in from Lower Kabete, Spring Valley. That area is going to continue through towards Westlands. It doesn't look too bad on James Gishuru crossing over to the Red Hill Link Road, so we'll watch out for that as we continue. We're in traffic hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
As a mother, my formula is simple. Happy change, happy child. And that's the Gentle Care promise. Unstoppable play needs a diaper that stays in place. Gentle Care slip-ons are designed to move with your little explorer to make sure their dreams are as unstoppable as their days. Gentle Care diaper pants provides all-night protection. For your child's unstoppable confidence, these offer leak-proof comfort. They let your little superhero leap, laugh, and play as much as he wants. Introducing Gentle Care diaper pants.
Habari ndio hii. StarTimes tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. This August, renew your monthly subscription and give your little ones a holiday packed with cartoons, imagination, adventure, and so much fun. Discover magical first discoveries on Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi and Super Wings on ST Kids. Catch Fireman Sam and Thomas and Friends on Jim Jam. Step into the action with Avatar: The Last Airbender on ST Tunes. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Get connected at any of our dealer shops countrywide. Dial *858.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. mess up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversations continue this morning, and of course with Odhiambo Otieno this morning, looking at a number of things, because you know what? With folks who've died in police custody, we can start with the Kianjakoma brothers, this conversation, because they died in a vehicle. By the time they were brought out of the vehicle, they were dead. What happened inside that vehicle? Where were they taken? What was happening? Because there's a reason why a post-mortem was involved or included in cases where you're trying to find out what happened, especially when now it comes to the judicial process. Because the body will tell a story, and that they were able to tell. And that's why six officers who were in the vicinity of this area, 5 men and a woman, are on trial today. Because the question about what happened to these boys, they didn't need, it's unequivocal that they didn't need to do that. If these boys were loitering around during COVID times or whatever the case was, okay, and you know that it has already been set out there that we are not allowing this to happen. What happens, we're trying to understand, in a communication sphere, what happens between, if they have broken the law, take them, hold them for the required time, again, dictated by law, and then present them before a court of law. What happens where there's this feeling where you imagine that you need to instill or to mete out violence on them, to cause harm, as opposed to just following the law? Because that's exactly what we're talking about here. You break the law as opposed to following it. What is there a breakdown?
Yeah.
Is there not an understanding of what needs to go on? And I'm just going to go a little bit further to that, if you'll allow me, Odhiambo, because people are saying, well, it's not all police. I say again, it's not. It is those ones who were in the vehicle. It is those ones who are in Central Police where they beat Albert Ojwang to death. It is those ones, the 5 officers that we're talking about at Muthaiga, it is those ones. And we will not have any mercy when it comes to saying that. It is those ones. So what happens between, and if anybody should understand what the law says, it's them. What happens between that and then the conscious decision? Because in that minute, there's no order. When you're in the room beating this man, there's no order. There's no one else. It's you. So what happens in that breakdown? And how can you actually start to deal with that? Do you set deterrent? What do you do?
Good. So there are parallels here in terms of operation which we must observe. One is that there is the rule of how police should work. Allow me to touch on just a few of them following the legal background. We have the non-derogable protection which falls under Article 25A of the Constitution, which says freedom from torture and cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment is absolute and cannot be limited under any circumstance, including state of emergency, or order from a superior officer. So police officers, Article 25A speaks to you directly.
Of the Constitution?
Of the Constitution. That we have an underogable right. Even the Central Intelligence Agency of the America does not have torture as the official policy. CIA, which we say does the worst of the worst, doesn't have torture as the official policy. So torture, the police are directly spoken to under Article 25A. Under Article 29 of the Constitution, in the terms of the security of a person, every human being, every arrested person is guaranteed the right to freedom and security. Specifically, it protects detainees from physical harm, psychological abuse, or arbitrary violence. Again, perhaps people don't read the law. Some of them treat the law as a suggestion. We just have to remind them. Then there's the rights of an arrested person under Article 49, which mandates that detainees be held in conditions that respect human dignity. Yes, it is right there, requiring segregation of suspects from convicted prisoners and juveniles from adults. That is in Article 53(1)(f). The strict 24-hour limit to present suspects in court serves as a primary safeguard against prolonged illegal holding and cell detention. Okay? Retention of human rights under Article 51. Individuals held in custody retain all fundamental rights under the Bill of Rights. All fundamental rights under the Bill of Rights, including the right to adequate health care, water and sanitation, except those that are strictly incompatible with detention. So there is that first parallel, which is this is what the law says, and this is what has to be done. But then we have this other parallel, where the police are operating in a grey area. Some of them, of course, are operating in a grey area. And let's speak specifically to these wrong elements in the police who are operating in a grey area. And they're imagining what Dennis said, Mutanu, impunity. Because once a common man has no option, then the question becomes, Mutanu, so a police can do to you anything because Mutanu, that is impunity. Now, as they think of that, there are statutory reinforcement frameworks that ensure that Mutanu is actually dealt with. So one, the commoner, the common man, is allowed to petition the High Court for compensation on particular items, especially abuse, when there's police mistreatment. I know our people do not know this. And most lawyers also just ambulance chasing instead of helping victims of police brutality. But again, victims of police brutality are also afraid because even lawyers are murdered by these same policemen.
As we've seen.
As we've seen. Okay? So what the police are simply telling us is, you know what? Protect yourselves.
How do you protect yourself against five people in a police station?
And I will tell you how they're toying with fire. Kenya Police Service, you are toying with fire, telling people to protect themselves. The people will start disrespecting the authority of the police. The people will lose complete trust in the police. The people will start to reject going into those cells. It has happened in other countries where people just say, I'm not going. Kill me here, because anyway, you're going to kill me. And the rights of an arrested person, by the time a policeman is coming to you, he should be able to read out to you clearly why you're being arrested, what is your offense, and tell you that you have access to your what? To the police, etc., to the lawyers, etc., and representation.
But then there is Mutanu culture that does exist. But let's look at how that Mutanu culture within the police service is actually bolstered from elsewhere. Because every other time you see something that is just an illegal arrest, but it's because it is orders from above. We've tried to look at where this above is. We're still not knowing where this above is coming from. But then again, there are the Mutanu culture where you hear even the head of state say, shoot on the leg, Mutanu. If I shoot you on the leg, Mutanu, you know, cabinet secretary or interior in charge of police saying, shoot, I will represent you in court. Mtadu nini, I will shoot you and still represent the police for doing an okay job, you know. There is a member of parliament who's in charge of the laws that you're talking about, on legislating on those laws, improving on the same and making sure that these laws does protect the mwananchi, the non-derogatory rights that you're talking about. It is the legislature that can change, improve on them. But what do you hear coming from that house? In fact, it is not shoot on the leg, shoot to kill, you know, Mtadu. You know, the other day, Kenyans were going to the streets. There is a gentleman who actually called a police officer. I think it was an OCS. And that officer said, and I quote, "Unanipigia simu kama nani? Mnadhani nchi yenu? Fanya chenye utafanya." The Mtadu culture. So when you see the precedence is set from up there, what does that do to the psyche of a police officer who has been told that amri ni kubwa kuliko yule anayepeana?
In organizational culture, in which I train extensively, we normally say that an organization is as good as its head. There are careless statements which have been made in this country, and as you have correctly stated, even by the head of state, I'm not afraid to say that. He's somebody that I have some soft spot for, but there's some things that he has said which I look at and say, this is really not correct. For example, saying shoot their legs should never come from him. Because there are people who are overzealous supporters, who some of them can do things just because he has said. the president is like, his word is like law. In fact, it's law. So once you say shoot their legs, it sends a very wrong message. And that is absolutely wrong. And that then becomes the question that who is making pronouncements on behalf of the police? Who is setting the culture? Did we have a moment in this country where the police were at least giving us some hope that there's going to be some correction from a police force to a police service? We're not talking about the police transformation. There was some hope there. But now, let's call the police for what it is, and especially in terms of the leadership of the police and the ministry. And I've said, when I was starting, that Murkomen does not inspire any hope or confidence, even amongst police officers. That is guaranteed. He doesn't. Because what does he do? What, do you know what Murkomen does? Apart from saying he's the Minister of Interior, I don't know what else he does. Now,
good
question. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever invited him here to espouse what he thinks about in terms of police policies or security of persons and property in this country? I don't know. It's a failure of communication. He has some of the best communicators around him, but himself, zero. Now come to the IG, a man who I revere for his honesty. When you hear him making some statements, like for example, when there were abductions, he did say, and I chose to read in between the lines, this fellow said, this is not being done by the police. These abductions are not being done by the police. It is not in our rank and file to do this. And people said, oh, he's denying, etc. But later on we established that actually there's a parallel line that was abducting people that was not actually under his command. So he had no operation under abduction. But it was being done under the name of the police. Now, he sits at an interesting position. I know he's about to retire. And perhaps he's choosing his peace. But the reality is that the police now need to have somebody who inspires confidence and inspiration amongst them. Because there's something I call value imputation. Impute value in a thief and they will never steal. Okay? Instead of kuchapa-chapa, if you impute value in them, they will never do something wrong. But nobody is inspiring the police. These people are having a free range to do everything that they want. Because today, I think there's sometimes back where citizens were even arresting police along the streets. Yeah. And these policemen, they live with the people nowadays. They don't live in camps as Kitambo. And it is coming to a time that once it is established that, it is you who killed XYZ and you live amongst the people will come for you. They will come for you. We are just about to get there. And that's why I'm calling upon the police that, in the leadership of the police, we need to have people who are speaking sense to the police, who are inspiring and reminding them that we are a honorable career. We are a career that needs to protect the people and protect property. We must not misbehave to the extent that we lose hope. Otherwise, people will look at us as people who are having zero value, or people will look at us and they will run away instead of coming to us.
I tend to categorize murder greater than a misbehavior.
It can be a misbehavior. It's a capital offense.
It is. It's criminal. It's criminality that we are talking about here. And just for purposes of reminder, I just want to go through some of these issues that we talk about in case somebody says that, there's a lot of noise that's being made and it's being made, out of turn. Albert Ojwang died in 2025 at the Nairobi Central Police Station. Autopsy confirmed severe blunt trauma from assault inside the station cell. Officers have been charged at the moment. Brian Junge died in the Kiambu Police Station. The cell death was caused by manual strangulation. That's under an active IPOA and DCI investigation. Peter Keru died in the Kariobangi North Police Station. He died under suspicious circumstances while in custody. It's under IPOA investigation. Bernard Nyakwama Omai died at the Kibera Police Station, died while detained inside the station premises. Emmanuel Mutura and Benson Jiru, the Kianjakoma brothers, in 2021. They were arrested during COVID-19 curfew enforcement, blatant blunt force head injuries in a police vehicle. 6 officers are currently on trial. Eric Otieno, at the Muthaiga police station. He was released from custody after having been severely beaten, allegedly, by officers. He died later from injuries sustained. Brian Odhiambo, in January 2025, is a Nakuru fisherman arrested by officers while fishing at Lake Nakuru, released after being severely beaten. Till today, cannot be found. Rex Masai, one of the many who was shot in the leg. That inquiry is still going on.
Yeah.
Robert Mwangi, shall I go on?
There's no strong deterrent.
These are all things that happened in succession. 2021, Kianjakoma brothers were killed in a vehicle while the vehicle was moving wherever it was going.
Yeah.
Every year since then, from this, there have been deaths of individuals who died in police custody. There's no deterrent. Nobody feels as though some, granted, are under investigation, some are on trial. But my problem is that they continue to happen. Is it that there are not enough convictions? Is it that the justice is grinding too slow? But one of these cases is one case too many, and there are too many for us to count.
I think there is need of a shift, because what we need here are two things. We need a deterrent, which of course exists, but they don't even fear the deterrent. And as I've mentioned to you, in their training, they're actually told that a suspect must never die in your custody. In fact, the safest place that an arrested person should be in is in the police custody. You will see in some instances where thieves are being mobbed and the police come, the suspect actually run towards the police so that the police can take custody of them. It is safer to be with the police, and actually even safer to be with the prisons rather than being outside here, because you'll be mobbed. So when these things are happening, it means that these overzealous characters within the police have to be weeded out. And how do we weed these people out? I think there is an urgent need, Dennis, to have a continuous weeding out before it happens, because these rogue characters, the OCS knows them. If you look at the National Police Service Act and standing orders, the OCS of each and every station is assigned the responsibility to take care of the well-being of the detainees within the police cells. It is there, and they know it. And the challenge is, the OCSs, most of these OCSs in these police stations, see these things because somebody, Robert Greene writes in The Concise Nature of Human Beings, he writes that people do not just do things for the first time. They will do it again. Okay? It's the nature of human beings to repeat a behavior. So before somebody is hit in blind like this one has happened, the OCSs normally have reports of rogue elements within their ranks.
Yes.
The challenge is, do they have a procedure on disciplining these people? Yes, they do. Do they proceed to discipline them? No, they don't. So what then should happen is to spread the responsibility. There's something that I think happens amongst the Muslim world, which is something I truly respect, that if you take a debt, that debt is spread across your family. If you fail to pay that debt, none of your family members will access a loan from their organizations, the private organizations that they do lending and borrowing from. That should be implemented amongst the police as well. That if one of you is rogue in the station, then that responsibility is spread across. And these are the policy adjustments which I expect to see Murkomen doing. And perhaps even IPOA. Duncan Ojuang, maybe, I don't know. I look forward to what he will do there. Okay? But there's that urgent need for the police, especially the OCS, to recognize and take disciplinary measures at the earliest happening. For example, this thing of police taking bribes. I don't know what we'll do as a country. I don't know, Nduh. I don't know, maybe you know better. Me, I don't know. What we'll do as a country to ensure that we stop this thing of bribe taking, number one. And number two, because there's the giver and the taker. And it has been the culture that once you're arrested, just give bribes. But we started somewhere where people were saying, we are not giving you any bribe. In fact, if you take bribe, we are arresting you. Take us to court. So I don't know what level of conscience we need in this country. And this is back to the people to first of all say, you know what? We are not going to give bribes. Because once an officer is able to take bribes, then he's not reported to the station, he gets away with it. And once he gets away with the first mistake, he will want to advance it because
Indeed.
it's pushing the borders.
I want to stick coming to the top of the hour. We continue with this conversation, of course. Odhiambo channels are here with us, and we're going to crack this thing. Let's see if we can find those answers by having this conversation. Good morning, 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. The British Army Training Unit Kenya has begun preparations for a joint military exercise, Haraka Storm, following the government's decision to extend the unit's operating license. The preparations come after the completion of a 4-week operation to clear explosives and unexploded ordnance at the Acres Post training area in Samburu County by Batuk troops and KDF engineers. The teams also conducted safety awareness campaigns in 24 schools, educating learners and residents on identifying and reporting suspected explosive devices. Exercise Haraka Storm is scheduled to run from September to November as part of the Kenya-UK military partnership. The move follows the recent controversy over Batuk's license renewal, which had been delayed due to legal concerns, community complaints and corruption allegations raised by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua before the permits were restored on 28 July. Former LSK President Faith Odhiambo has called for an immediate investigation into the death of 19-year-old border rider Eric Otieno, saying the circumstances raise concerns similar to the death of blogger Albert Ojwang while in police custody in 2025. Speaking after meeting Otieno's family, Odhiambo said the post-mortem report showed that he suffered multiple injuries from blunt force trauma, mainly to the chest and abdomen. She questioned the circumstances surrounding his arrest and detention at Muthaiga police station, saying authorities have not provided a clear account of what happened while he was in custody.
We want the CCTV footage of this police station in Muthaiga to be obtained by IPOA and also Kenya National Commission for Human Rights, that this evidence is not tampered, and also an account of the recordings at the OB.
IPOA has since launched investigations into the case after receiving the post-mortem report and information from their family. Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei has opposed plans to introduce toll charges on the Rironi-Mau Summit Road, saying the move will increase the financial burden on motorists. Speaking in the Senate, Cherargei argued that drivers already pay the road maintenance levy fund, making an additional toll charge a form of double taxation. He questioned why the road was being targeted while others, including Thika Superhighway and Mau Mau roads, are not tolled. The senator said the charges could affect residents who rely on the road for daily transport and business.
We cannot have second-class citizens in this country. That the people who go to Western, Rironi-Mau Summit are told. But the people who go to Mau Mau and Mount Kenya East or West, if you want to define Mount Kenya West or West, it is the business of your region. We don't want to know. But what we are saying, you cannot toll us. We are not children of a lesser God, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we are totally against tolling because it will subject us to double taxation. And I want to say, as a representative of the people of Nandi, Mr. Speaker, we will not pay to come to Nairobi through the road, yet we pay taxes in the fuel.
In other news, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula and MPs have warned against rising ethnic profiling and inflammatory political rhetoric, saying it could undermine national unity ahead of the 2027 general election. The issue was raised by Lamu East MP Ruwaida Mohammed, who sought action against leaders accused of making divisive remarks at political rallies. Wetangula urged politicians to lower tension, saying Kenya's diversity should be a source of strength and that leaders should be judged on merit rather than ethnicity. The MPs urged the NCAC and other agencies to act firmly against statements that threaten peaceful coexistence as political activities intensify. And Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has called on African countries to accelerate development by investing in long-term plans and sustainable projects. Speaking at the Infra for Africa Forum and Africa 50 General Shareholders Meeting in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, Kindiki said the continent has the resources and human capital needed to achieve developed status.
To Africa's development is policy disruption, which is an unintended consequence of democracy. The movement from one administration to another. We must find ways of insulating our development agenda from democratic transitions so that we can have continuity. And that is the discussion we're having in Kenya, generally.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
Because this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, our conversations continue this morning. We're with Odhiambo Tuna, and today is a different kind of conversation because we're trying to crack this thing and have an understanding as to what really happens. Looking at that list, and that's just the ones that is part of the ones that are known. Yeah. And somebody said that list is too long. Exactly. It is too long a list for us to be discussing something that unfortunately none of these cases have come to the place whereby, except one, there's one famous case of, I believe it was an OCS in the Thika police station who then went through trial and then was convicted for what they did to a gentleman who they had put inside a water tank and, really tortured him. But that is probably one in too many that go unaccounted for. Why would there be no appetite to deal with this thing once and for all? I would imagine that Monday morning would be not too early for a number of people to come out and say certain things, whether it be the chair of IPOA, Dr. Duncan Ojwang, whether it be the CS, Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen, to come out and say or demand, especially with the order given, that every police station must have functional. It's not just CCTV cameras, because we know that the dummies can do a deterrent job, but functioning, because I had to look at that statement, and the word functioning is used, that they must be functioning at every police station so they know that there's a reason why you're asking for that to be done, because it's very easy for things to go awry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would at least two of those individuals, okay, fine, send a junior officer then, but somebody to say something, especially because the circumstances under which this young man died are unclear? Why would we not have that communication? Because we studied crisis communication.
Yeah.
You know the first thing to do
Yeah.
when something like that happens.
Mhm.
Why wouldn't you?
Actually, you've brought a very interesting angle, and that is the best angle to look at it from. In crisis communication, I always like to refer to the Cameroon accident. I think it was the only Cameroon, the Kenya Airways
crash. Yes.
Douala, yeah. It was one of the best crisis communication. In fact, I've studied it at my master's properly, how they did that communication. Today, it stands out of the honesty with which they approached it.
Mhm.
Many organizations and many government bodies would often first distance themselves from liability. But this one, Kenya Airways took the front, the lead to first of all admit and establish the desks where people were going to go to. And it just made Kenya Airways go up in terms of the perception index. Now, in crisis communication and in PR basically, because PR unfortunately has the worst reputation, but it's meant to also promote reputations. But we always say in public relations, of which I am a tutor, that one thing you need to do is to communicate honestly, because the truth is bankable, and you will withdraw from it someday at a big interest. What is happening here is that, one, there is no communication protocol in these ministries. There's zero communication protocol. Zero. Whatever they have is gag protocols. And I call them gag protocols because they say it is only person XYZ who can speak. If they're not available, there's nobody who can speak.
There'll be no communication at all?
Exactly. Now, there's the other fault which is happening here, that you send juniors, and you're saying you could send juniors. For me,
Or send somebody.
I will tell you from a communication standpoint, don't send juniors, because the messenger is as important as the message.
The message, yeah.
Now, when a death occurs, don't send Mushiri Nyagas Jinani Yule to go and speak to the people. And I've never seen his face. I don't know if you know how he looks like. I only see press statements.
He exists, worry
but
not.
he exists.
Yes.
And he only communicates to the people through press statements, which are written. I've never seen his face on TV or on radio or listen to his voice. I don't know who he is. And I'm a communications person. Two, if now they're saying the police is an independent unit that runs its affairs independently. The political responsibility, however, rests with the ministry. The police have no political responsibility whatsoever, because they will always point at, and it is the perception out here. We can run away from all this, but the reality that comes back home is that we will look at the police and we know that the police is operating at the behest of the regime. So then we look at who in the regime is talking about this. And I would urge the regime, as it is today, borrow a leaf from Magufuli. Magufuli was a complete autocrat. It is known that Magufuli will blanch on his opponents. One of his opponents was shot 16 times and was treated here in Nairobi Hospital.
Who, interestingly, is now in...
Who is interested is now being in a worse situation than Magufuli. But look at what Magufuli was doing with the people. Magufuli was on the side of the people. In fact, he was an activist president. I always say communication is so simple, but people avoid it for I don't know what reason. If they took the side of the people, and for example, the minister stands on Monday, as you've said, Monday morning, you don't even have to wait Monday morning. That same day, you're being paid and you're on 24-hour service because you have the best of the best of the best in terms of life. You can access a chopper anytime. If you are playing golf somewhere in Mombasa, you can fly back or you can call a presser there.
You can.
And be on the side of the people. The government is a social contract with the people, that we are donating our power to you, that you can protect us, assure us that we will not die.
Or do they think that it's too small a case? I mean, it's just Eric Otieno. He was just a border rider. He's just one out of many. Is it too small a case for attention to be given to?
What I'm saying with these people in government is a warped thinking. That once you go into government, then the best thing you have to do is to appreciate that now you are a bwana mkubwa, and the people are on the other side. They are there to be ruled upon. They are there to be governed.
To be seen.
They are there to be seen and not to be heard. Now, that one affects them badly. And that mentality has to change in government. Because if you borrow from Magufuli's playbook, you find that Magufuli would go without his ministers down to the people somewhere in Mwanza or somewhere in Arusha. And he will say, kuna mtu anataka kuongea. They're given the mic. And the person says, sisi hapa, this police officer, this district officer offended me, XYZ, hivo. What does Magufuli do? On the spot. Because this is against the people, you go away. But if also it was fair, then Magufuli would say, then let us see mkuu whatever, see how to sort this issue so that this person gets their right. And this is what they're not borrowing from. In fact, if Magufuli were alive, he would have ruled, and maybe Tanzania would have even changed the constitution to give him a third term.
But that can only happen when those that you've donated our authority to see themselves as citizens first.
Yes.
Because officers, it is said, I don't know how true it is, that once you go through the training during the recruitment exercise, you are being trained kutoa uraia. Right? So by the time someone is leaving is graduating the pass-out parade, yeye si raia. They are the authority, there to be respected, there to be heard, not just seen. You get what I mean? And that is the difficult place where we find ourselves, because that also, like the political responsibility, they are the authority. They look at themselves not as citizens. They're not part of us. They live in a certain world where it is only them who are there. Now, one asks the question, if they do not see themselves as citizens, how do they treat the citizens that they have separated from?
In fact, you bring a very nice angle. The mentality question also extends to the police, that how do they perceive themselves? It's a question of perception, majorly. Even policemen who are my friends, some of them look at themselves as demigods. Yeah, with that small firearm on their waist and the uniform which they put on, they think that the demigods, they walk around.
Shimukiraoni.
Yeah, Shimukiraoni. That colonial thinking that the police still have, and in fact, the older policemen. The younger ones, they're a little bit. In fact, the older ones called the younger policemen what was seminar. Because the younger policemen, especially our Gen Z and millennials, they were not taken through the rigorous authority force kind of training. Them, they were more on the law, okay? And more on the order side. But still, their trainers are from a bygone era. Their trainers are those ones who still believe that you need to be put down. Because what is important for them is not the people. It is the order in the police, what they call the discipline forces. And that brings me to the second point, that what is the training manual of the police? How does it look like?
How does it look like?
Is there need? I know they will say this thing, oh, you don't need to access it because then you will know how to train a militia. Okay? But let them reflect upon it themselves and ask themselves one important question. Is this training manual serving them for the long term? Is it working against them? Because now, unlike initially where we were saying, oh, you what to D+ or something and they want to go to the police. Now we even find people who are having B and A's actually go to the police. So are we still going to be uncivilized? Because the police are becoming uncivilized. And that is what they say, that you're being, the civilization is being drawn from you and you're left as an inhuman being. Not as a human being, an inhuman being. That when you go to the public, you refer to common mwananchi as raia. And you are not a raia. You are a kraoni or whatever they call themselves. Yeah.
So what are you, an animal?
An animal, of course, because once humanity is removed from you, what remains in you? All of us are animals. The only thing that differentiates us from the ones in the forest is we have conscience. We have the amygdala in our brain, which is able to regulate our emotions. We have our prefrontal cortex, which is able to process logic. That is why we remain human. So if, for example, Nduh, you find a policeman, what we were talking about during the break, you find a policeman beating Eric, seeing Eric cry, and continuously bludgeoning this fellow. to an extent where he sees this gentleman has lost
conscience.
Leave alone even conscience, has lost the struggle.
Yeah.
Because even in war, it is said, actually it's a standard rule in war, that once your opponent surrenders by waving a white
flag,
you cannot proceed to beat them. You leave them. You can only take them as prisoners. So the humanity with which a police officer looks at a suspect and beats them beyond measure, it only qualifies these policemen as psychopaths. These ones are psychopaths. These ones who are killing, these ones are psychopaths. Unfortunately, there are too many in the police force.
And remember what you had said before, that it doesn't go wrong, it starts wrong.
It starts wrong. Yeah.
So I would imagine, or I would hope, that for a service that is going to be dealing a lot of times with human behavior, that there is an element of human behavior that needs to be studied as somebody who is getting into the service. So during this 9-month stint at Kiganjo, how much of that is actually towards the behavior of humans that's then studied? And not just of the ones that they are going to have any kind of authority over, but they themselves. That a supervisor, for example, and that's what psychologists tell us, isn't it? Yeah. That you can sit in a room with somebody and you can actually, after having engaged with this person, figure out whether this person has the potential to be deviant. Because the truth of the matter is that it's not easy to kill a man. It's not easy to take a life. It is not easy to beat somebody. It's not easy. So for that to happen in a repetitive manner so as to cause injurious harm, there is an element of deviance. That's why the folks that you had mentioned in the CIA, for example, the people who then are the ones who go into interrogation, there's not just anybody.
Yeah.
There are certain individuals who are chosen to do this, and it's already been studied, that there's that precipice that you're bordering on, and so they use you at some point. So why, I don't even know, I'm being too academic about this thing,
and we have to be sometimes,
or I'm asking people to recognize something that is not even considered. That is it considered that some of the people who get into has started wrong, whereby you're saying, okay, these are people that we want to keep the peace and to safeguard security, but there is an element of deviance that we've not even noticed, we've not even bothered. So what you expect is going to happen. You take this person who you've not studied, you've not seen what has happened, and then you set them loose in a situation whereby they are going to be handling people. What do we expect is going to happen?
Let's look at the hiring process. And as I said, things don't go wrong, they start wrong. The hiring process, you're told, go and run. Bio.
Na
ushinde. Running, physical fitness, as a measure of police proficiency is first of all wrong. Running. 2, you're told, height. Nduh. Some people are short, but they're very good at heart. Some people are short, but they're very strict. They can help you enforce things. Height and what you can see, basically, it's still the colonial way. And why? Let me give a little bit of a brief, because these policemen are watching. I know they're watching. These policemen must know that this thing of height and strength and what was being used by the colonialists to degrade some tribes in this country. Like, for example, in Tanzania, which I'm aware of very well, almost 80% of the police force in Tanzania are couriers.
What did that mean?
Because when they were doing the choosing or the hiring of the policemen, they were looking at, you must be at a particular height, and you must be looking at a particular way. Rwanda is another example where the Tutsi, they are very lanky.
Yes, they are.
Okay, they're the ones who are meant to rule over the Hutus. This is a colonial measure that unfortunately Kenya years later are still using. So first of all, that hiring process is wrong. You cannot hire somebody based on how they look. Looks are deceiving. Number one. Number two, once you take these people and you take them to Kiganjo, you took height and weight and whatever to Kiganjo. Now you have to deal with the mental weight of this person, because you didn't filter this. So we should have mental health filtering. And I was telling you, when I was talking to that fellow, the CEO of that hospital, the mental hospital here, he did tell me that perhaps what should be done even in the hiring or during the hiring is that we need to have psychotic tests. We need to have mental health filtering tests. That before you walk into Kiganjo, your background is well studied. Today, the NIS does not check the background of a police officer before they're hired. They do not check.
Well, of course, if you have people who are paying for people to get the jobs, what are we doing?
But for you to get a government appointment, NIS checks you. And they give the report to the who? To the appointing authority. Before the president appoints you or before whoever appoints you, the NIS gives you a report, including judges. Why can't we do the same for the police who we are hiring? So that, number one, NIS sees that there's deviance in terms of this person's behavior in the past. Even in the Catholic Church, before a saint is pronounced, they do a background check from when he was a child.
True.
To see, is there some level of deviance? This can't be a saint. Even if there's a little, you can't be a saint. So, the hiring process must have several layers. The first layer for me should never be about people running. It should let people apply like I'm applying for a job to work at SpiceFM. Number one, apply. Then number two, let's go to the next stage. Depoliticize the hiring process. It is unfortunate, for example, that there's a leader who was murdered somewhere around Nairobi city Muchari. That MP who comes from around my area. Unfortunately, the person who murdered that MP or whoever is suspected to have murdered him or whoever, there's a person who's mentioned in there, who was taken to Kiganjo by the MP. This same person is understood to be around the organization, or is suspected to be around the organization of his death. So you took somebody who was already
planning
from the onset to do away with you, and furthered his capability of doing away with you. Okay? So once we apply as normal, number two, have a proper hiring process. A policeman who was hired by running cannot imagine that him now is going to hire somebody by way of qualification. Because greatest wars, Sun Tzu tells us in the art of war, the greatest wars, the greatest fights are won first in the mind before they're actioned in the field. So the mind is the greatest asset that we need. The brain is the greatest asset that we need in the police. Now, once the application is done formally, can we have a functional police service commission? A functional police service commission that has HR people, that has this mental health people, that has, it's a multidisciplinary consortium. Let's take our time with this thing to Siarakishe. And if it is being done in the counties, we have police presence in every county. We have police commanders in the counties. Can we just think differently and do it differently? We don't have to follow anybody. Let's just do it in our own fashion by saying in every county, we have the police commander who will bring together or who will receive members of the police service commission who are in the hiring panel, who will be hiring these policemen. Kuja ufanye interview, ukipita umepita, usipopita ni sawa. Go to another thing.
Odembo, we look at individuals that we admit, and I think that is a very critical area, because if you look at other jurisdictions, you'd find someone has the passion of just wanting to become a police officer. Because if you look at even the generational, the generation, my father was a police, my grandfather was a police, so this person just wants to be a police officer because they've seen what that did to the community, But in Kenya, you find that I cleared high school, I cleared college or campus, I'm out here, I'm hustling. There are no jobs. So the next thing where I will get some form of employment is me becoming not because I want to be a police officer, but because many look at it as a job opportunity, not service to the people.
You see, when you look at a desperate resolve, and I always say the worst moment to make a decision is when you're desperate. For me, when I feel desperate, I withdraw completely and go into solitude so that I recover myself, I recharge, then I come back. When somebody makes a decision at a desperate level or a desperate position, they are resenting those outcomes of those decisions. You can be sure, Dennis, that if you look at anybody who chooses police as a last resort because there's no other thing to be done, then he meets the conditions they're talking about. He meets the orders they're talking about. He meets whatever happens there. Of course, he's going to resent this job. And subconsciously, he'll be looking for an exit route. Consciously, he knows, hey, I have to do this. But subconsciously, he's doing things which are in contravention of what his conscience is telling him. For example, bludgeoning somebody like they did to Eric, like they did to Kenjokoma brothers. This is somebody who resents the job. If I love my job, I cannot show up late at my job. If I have passion for my job, and I know my job description is clear. Protect. First, protect lives and property. First. 2, maintain law and order. How am I going to become unorderly and lawless? Unfortunately, that's what's happening with most of these guys. Something else is that when you look at them, there's something I call the fallacy of common practice. It's in philosophy, where we say, because everybody else is doing it, let us also do it. So draining the swamp is important. It will take us time, but it is important to be done. That when police leave Kiganjo, and by the way, why is it only in Kiganjo that police are trained?
I don't know. It's like Police Academy in 101. I don't know. It's a place. Is there another place?
Because I look at KMTC, for example. They have campuses all over. And perhaps this is the problem when they look at the logistical challenge of retraining the police. They say,
are we going to take all of them to
Bali? So why can't we then have more training centers, more Kiganjos?
Devolve it. Because the challenge could also be Kiganjo. There's some spirits, when you walk into some place. Kuna spirits, because I can say this confidently. For example, wakoloni waliacha spirits pale, waliweka kitu yao ingine hapo. Then every time you go, even if you are good, you will come out bad.
Let's take a break. Because I think about when someone's body is completely unwell, and the blood has been contaminated, then you need a transfusion. That's systemic. And the issues that we are dealing with right now, if anything, are systemic. Isn't it time that we started looking at the entire system and said, okay, how are we actually going to fix this? We'll continue with this conversation when we come back from the short break. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so we're coming out of traffic hour, and there's a few parts here and there where there is some traffic. Still a little bit of that left as you get towards that junction between the Pangani Underpass and Murang'a Road, one side. And also then as you get towards the Globe Cinema roundabout, there's some traffic there. It still continues coming through that's coming through the back of Murang'a Road and coming then out towards Haile Selassie. I know that's all connected there, so it's a bit messy. And there's some traffic then on James Gishore, which is starting to pick up only now. Ngong Road is still a little bit busy, and we're seeing some traffic then come in from Langata Road and touching then all the way through towards Lusaka Road, so that's busy. A little bit left on that outer ring as you head out towards the Thika Superhighway in that general direction. See what happens with traffic through the day. You've done so well so far. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so a blood transfusion is not easy, because what happens with a blood transfusion is that you're emptying the body of the blood, and then you're putting in, and you're just getting it to work through the system. It's painstaking, it's rigorous, you're not sure of the outcome, but you know that if you don't do it, that this person is likely to die. And so that's systemic change, really. Because the things that we are looking at, they can't be surface level. If they were surface level, we would have gotten rid of them. That's why there's so many cases of people dying. And not just dying because they dropped off the face of the earth, but that their death has been occasioned by another human's actions in a violent manner. But it seems to me like it's not, because it's not top layer, that something inside those the spirits that you talk about, I mean, it sounds far-fetched, but there could be something. It sounds like a system has to change. A lot of it has been adopted, a lot of it has been taken over, without saying what is it that actually works. Are we hiring the right people? Are we doing it correctly? And if we are not, then there's a systemic thing then that needs to be uprooted. Is this too much pressure that we're asking?
As Dennis will tell you, most of these policemen leave home just like Dennis. They just want a job. And they're just going to be trained. Then at training, because human brain can be conditioned, they're conditioned differently, and then they live there differently. And that's what I'm saying, that the training, if it is wrong, then everything else goes wrong. And perhaps what I've said also, and people could take it lightly, but we are spirits existing in human flesh. And there's some places, Nduh, that you go to, and you find yourself changing. And I've said, there is an urgent need of not just blood transfusion, because some blood transfusions also don't go well. Some blood transfusion lead to death. And we don't want to lead to the death of this police service.
Right.
What we need to do is to phase out the transformation of the police into the software of it.
Okay.
By phasing it from phase 1 to phase 6.
Because if you can learn something, then you can unlearn others. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can unlearn. Because human beings are trained, and so they can be retrained.
Okay.
And the first point is to, first of all, impute value to the police. All policemen, we must impute value to them. The best way of introducing a new behavior is not just by deterring. It's also by imputing value and telling them, you know what, this is a respectable career. Like, for example, today if you go to America and you find yourself without a job, the place where you'd want to work urgently will be the military. Why? Because 4 complete years of service and retiring in dignity without being fired earns you the front row bench in any hiring. If you look at all recruitment pages in America, they will ask, are you a veteran? Because veterans are given first priority. So can we dignify the police service? First of all, just dignifying it. And how do you dignify it? By changing the perception of the police in the public, by telling them who they truly are and what they truly do. I remember when I was very young, I could flag down a police car and hike a lift. Yes, I could. In a school uniform, I could flag down a police car and hike a lift. I remember there were those Land Rovers, and they will ask, unaenda wapi? And they will take me.
It's to Mariam.
Mariam nile kubwa. This is in Kisumu, actually. So there's a time where people looked at the police as, like right now, you saw when we were having the demonstration, and then the parliament, I don't know, through whatever, they deployed those jeshis in the street. You saw people welcoming the who? The military. Instead of running away from them, they went to them. But they were running away from the what? The police. So there's that perception that has to change, because you see, for the military, it is expected that the military will never ever beat a common man. Will never. They are there to protect the country. So can the police first relook at themselves and wonder, are we going to do a change? Number 2, in this question of phasing out changes, of course, there are those ones who are retiring. That is the beauty of this thing. Let them retire. In fact, you should even introduce early retirement for police. Once you've served 10 years, you should be able to go. You should be able to, the government should be able to bind you for 10 years after service, because they've trained you with some money, or 5 years, so that at least they recover. Then you're free to go after 10 years. In fact, you're always free to go anyway. You can resign. You're allowed to resign. But we should put it as an incentive for the older guys to retire early, because there are the problems there. These old people are the problem. And they know it. What I'm saying, they know. Because their institutionalization was off. It was colonial. Now, when these younger ones, for example, Gen Z officers, when they arrest you, they even story with you so nicely. Me, I've been arrested once by a Gen Z officer. They storied with me. They never cuffed me. We storied all the way. In Lukwapa, somewhere next to industrial area. We storied to the police station. Then we sat there and we talked about, and I didn't give a bribe, but I only told her, you know what, I'm so sorry. I didn't see when I was driving, of course. Told me, don't do this again. But the older ones would want a bribe. You see, they would want a bribe. So let's face out the changes in the police and face it out in this fashion. 1, let's borrow a leaf from KMTC. Because KMTC is also protecting people's health by training of nurses and clinical officers, laboratory specialists, etc. Police are also meant to protect people's lives. So 1, let's give more funds to the police, a lot of it. And that a lot of funds should go especially to the devolving of the training centers. And then 2, this affordable housing program, can it first prioritize police officers? Police officers are living in tin houses. It is not fair. Not all of them, of course. For example, I've been Kakamega. Kakamega is doing quite fair from Kitambo in terms of the police buildings. Can we have this issue of the police living amongst the people is very off for me. It's very off. Well, it should be liberal that if you want to live amongst the people, you should be able to live amongst the people. But do you have a basic provision at the base camp that you're given proper housing? Because dignity, my dear, starts from where you live. Are you having a proper house? Are you having a proper toilet? It could be as little as that is offending somebody. Go see Denise Aseto. I know Denise Aseto, when he lives here, he'll go and, in some nice hotel in town. But me, I'll go back to Kibera. We are not the same. There's something about it. And I would want to show you, Denise, that, I'm more powerful with that small thing on my waist. So once...
What you're talking about speaks to resources.
Yeah.
And you see, when you talk about dignifying the police, like you've said, the welfare as well has to be looked at, because if you're a police officer taking care of the country, then you have to look the part. Unfortunately, that is not what we see. But I want to bring the political aspect to it. Because when you look at budgeting towards the police, we hear they have the biggest budget, but look at what the budget does. Mostly is to buy new equipment for them, new equipment so that you look flashy. See that small thing, you say it's not sophisticated, small thing that they have. Is it by design that we are not seeing enough funds given to police officers to improve their situation, so that at the end of the day, when order comes from above, they have no option?
Yeah, it is domination. It's political domination, and perhaps for the first time we've seen a regime that gives them semi-autonomy. That's something we appreciate. But can it go further and do better? Yes. And the biggest question here is this, that when politicians get to power, what happens to them? They look at the police as a tool, and they don't think of when they exit power. I look at when I exit power and do. In 5 years in Kabondo, Kasipul, where I come from. And around for example, currently, people are being beaten, being murdered in where I come from, Misambi. People are being, just the day, 6 people were beaten. One of my friends who is a hardware shopkeeper, all his teeth are gone from people stealing from him. There are no police stations there. There was only one in Okoh, where I come from. So I'm looking at myself in my old age, and I'm wondering, in my home area, I need a police post at least. The first thing I'll do, when or if God allows someday I am around power, is to ensure that I establish at least, according to the World Health Organization, you should have a health center within 4-kilometer radius. Can we also say you need to have a police post. At least within a 4-kilometer radius? And each police post must have a car, a patrol car. Because 4 kilometers, you can even be on bikes. America, people are on bikes.
Yes.
We can give them pikis. So that the patrol is intense. And not that they only wait to react, but can they also be proactive in holding security briefings, ensuring that they know who is who in the Nyumba Kumi system, for example. They talk to the people. So resources are not being given, because when politicians sit in power, the first thing they're over-concentrated or over-occupied with or over-obsessed with is, what am I getting for myself? And the police is the least of their worries. But leaders who are in power, because politicians and leaders are different. Leaders who are in power, like I said this, Mudi Awuri, I think, was a leader. He cared about the prisons. He cared about the welfare of the prison officers. I don't know if you're aware that today, prison officers cannot access bank loans.
Because?
A conversation we need to have. Someday, I'll tell you. They're not able to access bank loans. We'll have it someday. So, if a leader comes to power today, and most of them look at, because every politician in this country has a police officer around them as their bodyguards, guarding their homes, etc. But Nduh, the worst of all is, this person who you entrust with guarding your home and guarding your life is earning a paltry 29, 30, 40, 50,000. Ikienda sana ukianza kwa rank ya juu, ndio you're looking at 100. Today, even you, 100,000, what can I do for you? 100. Nothing. So can the government take care of, one, not just the training, the welfare, but also, most importantly, incentives? Like, I was watching another documentary which gave me a lot of beautiful insights in terms of incentivizing safety of prisoners or of suspects in custody, incentivizing arrests. That if you arrest, successfully charge, and complete a case in court, then there's something that comes to you. So that it is performance-based. 2, I like something that one mad person once said in this country. I won't mention the name of that mad person.
Okay,
Let's legalize corruption. Today, police are taking bribes everywhere. Can we have instant fines? So it is legal. That when you arrest somebody and there is instant fine, then you get a share of that. So that we know that we are actually, it's a benefit for both of us and the government as well.
You're working,
Yeah, that I know if I do a mistake and I'm arrested, then I will be charged an instant fine, because you know what you did, and maybe there's evidence that something happened. And then the police also know, okay, instead of kusnatch you pesa, let me just wait. My bonus at the end of the month or at the end of the year is going to be 2 million shillings. So I'll work so hard and so dignified because I know what? At the end of the year, I have my 2 million shillings coming in. These ideas don't require common brains. Unfortunately, what we have are common brains who do not think beyond their training. You must think outside the box and beyond the best practices in the world. Because best practices could be operating there in the context in which it is operating. Can we customize our own? And lastly, in terms of the transformation of the police service, can we have the elders or these seniors in the police have a way that respect is two-way? This order thing must be removed. In America, by the way, I don't know if you know, Nduh, that the police, even the military, can disobey an illegal order.
Yes.
Yeah. We should be able to have it here.
But can't you though? There's no rule. Is there a rule that says that there's the Constitution, but then if an order comes from your superior, then you can actually abrogate what the Constitution says and then operate according to the whims of the person who is in authority over you? Why is that accepted?
And that's why I said that there are two parallels. The first parallel is those who treat the Constitution as a suggestion. And the police standing acts or orders as a suggestion. Then they operate on this illegal side, where they have the absolute power. They do whatever they want. They are free to bludgeon. They're free to corrupt their way out or in of anything. It is a requirement, in my view, that it is enforced by the seniors. That is the CS. That is the PS. That is the Inspector General. They should be able to inspire the juniors to say, you know what? We have an anonymous reporting system. If he tells you something that is off, record it. Something that does not come, a communication that is not done through a memo, okay, is illegal. Because government communicates through memos and notices and letters and circulars. If it is not there in writing, don't do it. And let it be repeated and enforced. That if a senior gives an order and you refuse to do it, and they move to discipline you, and Dr. Juang, you call me, I tell you these things, so that I help you. Because these things can be done through IPOA. Ask for more power from Parliament. And enforce these things. It will be the biggest revolution. Many of us will even want to go to the police. Because I'd want to protect lives. I'd want to protect property. I'd want to maintain law and order as a side job, of course. We should be able to have police being a side job for some people.
You realize, Odhiambo, we're having this conversation because many Kenyans have died in police custody. We have a body called IPOA because we had a body, IAU, within the police police service that would look at these issues, right? But it never worked. So here then we are, Kenyans framers of the Constitution have decided let's have IPOA that then would move in and work. As we speak today, Eric died. IPOA silent. Please inspire confidence to Kenyans today that IPOA is there to address these problems. What would be the problem within IPOA that they find it very difficult for them to just be proactive and act?
I will tell you quickly. One, there are questions about IPOA's independence, which Dr. Juang, as I know him, would want to resolve. One of them, I'll tell you quickly. There is no direct budget allocation for IPOA. IPOA has no direct budget allocation. So I will urge Dr. Juang and his team to amend Section 34 of the IPOA Act to decouple IPOA's budget process from the Ministry of Interior. Okay? Securing funding directly from Parliament to eliminate executive leverage. That's the first thing. Because IPOA could be shy because who finances them? When they want to implement an independent process, who finances them? They have to look at the Interior Ministry.
Okay, so there's a problem right there.
Yes.
Because it's an oversight authority.
Yes.
And what you're saying, essentially,
it's not an oversight authority.
It's internal affairs. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yes.
But if the person who's giving you your money to operate is actually the person who is also looking at the operations of the police, then there's a problem.
Yes.
Because if the budget comes directly from them, then number one, that independence is out the window.
Out the window, yeah.
It is the biggest problem there, that you want to move to oversight, but who are you oversighting?
And then what?
You can't. The executive cannot oversight itself.
You can't roam free because then it seems as though you're only told to color then within these lines.
Exactly.
Because then what we can do is that we can nip your budget here. We can nip your powers here and there if you now start to make a lot of noise.
And also, who appoints the chairperson of IPOA?
Who?
It is the president. So that is also a question.
Because how then does IPOA even call out a cabinet secretary who has made an order contrary to police operations, and we expect that at the end of the day they would get the funds for them to do their job independently?
Correct. So I will ask the parliament, in fact the next parliament, because this one is done, I will ask the next parliament that when they sit, and I believe I'll be there, when we sit in the next parliament, one thing we should be able to do is to grant IPOA authority of that independence from the people, so that it has a tenure of security or security of tenure for the chairperson, for the commissioners, just like the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Control of Budget has, so that in the instance you do your job well and objectively, you are not subjected to some nonsensical disciplinary issues or administrative burglary, which is normally witnessed in these offices. We're told, okay, when mjanja, tutaona. Number two, I would move to ensure that IPOA has prosecutorial powers, direct prosecutorial powers. How? Grant IPOA limited direct prosecutorial powers for specific custodial offenses, for example, torture or deaths in police cells. When the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions delays or declines to proceed without clear justification, IPOA should be able to run its own lane, because now they're dependent on ODPP for them to move. So how do we, I think it's being unfair to ask IPOA to move, whereas they don't have the legal mandate to move to that extent. They're limited.
But they're quiet. I'm sorry.
But they can't talk.
No, what do you mean?
They can't
Who is
talk.
holding IPOA's mouth?
Talk.
They can't talk.
They can't talk.
If I'm in a position whereby you ask me to do... Look, you ask me to do certain things, number one, and somewhere along the line I realize that I'm crippled. My brain is working. I put the batteries in this morning, and I've realized that you are actually stopping me from doing my job. Boss, I can talk and tell you that it is not difficult. It is impossible for me to work within these parameters that you have said.
So now, Nduh, for that to happen, you must inspire what I call near insurrection amongst officers of IPOA or amongst police officers. Near insurrection. And unfortunately, police officers are not even allowed to go on protest. It will be termed as a mutiny. Okay? So what you're saying is that, you know what, let's teach the government something new, or let's teach the police something new, which is, hey, if you try to give me something wrong or tell me something wrong, I will go against you. And you must be okay with it. And then maybe they will change. Today, yesterday I was talking to one HR person in the evening. And when we were talking, she told me something, Dennis, that working with the Gen Zs has been interesting for her. That you cannot even fire them. You threaten them with being fired. They don't come the next day.
They'll fire themselves.
They'll fire themselves. And yes, and that's a very proper thinking. And that's what I'm saying. For the younger ones in the police, they're resigning major. If you do something, they will resign. So once they're inspired and they know that I have my dignity intact, I have to live with my dignity, then that's something good. So perhaps, Nduh, we should do more civic education to the police and tell them, you know what, you have your dignity intact. You don't have to work with the police forever. If there's a wrong order coming through, get out. Because it's going to affect you. Yeah. And IPOA must also be given power to subpoena these police officers who are uncooperative.
So let's say let's be overt, and let's just say it as it is. That right now you have an independent police oversight authority that is unable to operate within any kind of wiggle room because the person who holds the purse essentially will not allow them, number one. Number two, then to fulfill the particular mandate, then they are unable to do that. So if we go further and take this thing to its logical conclusion, are we saying, I'm saying, that then IPOA has lived out its usefulness?
Yep.
We can't compare it to the times of Macharia Njeru, when he came in as the first chair of IPOA, where he would even give his own vehicle for people to run around and say, you're telling me that the problem is that you don't have a vehicle? Here, take mine. Right? But here we are saying that, they're just going to sit. Today's Thursday. They have not pronounced themselves about the death of a young man that occurred over the weekend. So are you trying to tell me that they can't even say anything about that because they are, dancing to the whims of the person who appointed them? There's a brand new chairperson in IPOA. It's not said a thing. So if we are taking it to the logical conclusion, then this is a lame duck authority.
So let me first say this. We don't have an independent police oversight authority.
It's just the name.
We have a dependent police oversight authority. And that's what we have to call for what it is. And I know my SD elder, Dr. Juang, is still learning where the kitchen is and still learning where the door is. And perhaps, Dr. Juang, you're taking too long.
His mouth works.
You're always having a good time at SpiceFM, and Nduh is always welcoming you all the time. If you cannot address the press, at least just come and speak to this issue at SpiceFM. This is the home of authoritative conversations. And you can come here and share. Don't take too long understanding what the kitchen is and where the sitting room is.
Yep.
Just proceed. Number two, there's work to be done. And the work to be done is this, Nduh. There's a whole reform that has to be done within IPOA. As long as IPOA is still having correspondence with the Ministry of Interior, then it can never be independent. IPOA will only be independent if it is an independent constitutional body created by Parliament. Right now, it's an adjunct of the executive. And as long as that exists, it will oversight as far as the executive allows it to tether. Because the executive is what has the tether rope. It will just pull when it wants it to be pulled. That will not happen this year, of course. That will happen perhaps next year. So between now and next year, the only thing that IPOA has to do, because I strongly believe the reform must be to give it absolute independence. Between now and then, is the leadership of IPOA must be able to inspire hope amongst its investigations or investigators by Dr. Juang and his team understanding that an office is not the building. An office is the person who sits within. You've just talked about Macharia Njeru when he was there. You saw whatever happened there. I want to give another example. There's a gentleman in this country called Dr. Mutua, Ezekiel. When he was in music something, we saw some level of restoration of digging, even in terms of the videos that were being played by media houses. In fact, even in terms of the quality of music that was being produced. And we can mention so many good gentlemen and ladies who have spearheaded major developments. It is upon the leadership as appointed now to hit a very good balance between managing the expectations of the executive but not forgetting the interests of the people, which is capital, than the interests of the executive. And moving forward, what Dr. Juang has to do, he has been appointed severally to Human Rights Commission, whatever, he's always rejected them. Now he has been given, and I've not heard him reject this one. It's upon him not to drop the SDA in him, to fight for what is true, because the SDAs have a reputation to stand for what is true. Let him not drop that guard. And number two, let him as a dean of the Faculty of Law in one of the universities here in Nairobi, let him operate in strict compliance with the dictates of the law, what needs to be done. And this character has been amazing in terms of activism, legal activism, and fighting for what is right. Dr. Juang, you've been given the correct platform now to do it. Show the country what police oversight means. Do not go after people who have not done anything wrong. The OCS of every station has the responsibility in law to take care of all inmates in custody. Let us see heads roll.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Once a pathfinder, always a pathfinder.
Odhiambo Otieno has joined us this morning. Thank you. It's clear that we've had a long conversation about this, but it's clear that we've been engaged in certain discourse. Thank you for being in the Situation Room this morning. And everybody who joined us from the beginning of it, Asante Sana. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. Good morning, 10 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. The Kenya Union of Clinical Officers has called on the Council of Governors to establish a special authority to manage health workers' employment and welfare, saying it will help address frequent strikes in the health sector. Speaking in Kilifi, KUKO National Chairman Peterson Washira said clinical officers are demanding permanent employment contracts with retirement benefits for those hired under the Universal Health Coverage Program alongside payment of outstanding benefits.
Leo ni siku ya 16 tangu tuanze mgomo na hatujaweza kukua na mkutano wa jumla pale katika Council of Governors. Ila tumeweza kuitwa hapa Kilifi, tumejadili mambo mengi. Lakini tumesema kuna mambo ambayo hatuwezi tukarejea kazini kama hajaweza kutekelezwa. La kwanza likiwa lazima tuone ile hela ambayo tuliweza kukubaliana ya nyongeza ya health risk allowance imeingia katika payslip, na sisi tunapendelea aidha kuwe na mamlaka ambayo itaweza kusimamia wahudumu wa afya chini ya Council of Governors, isimamie wote walioko chini ya ugatuzi. Itasaidia sana kwa sababu yale mambo ambayo yanazuia watu kuajiriwa, mambo ya PFM Act, mambo ya 35% wage bill yatakuwa yameondoka.
County governments are under scrutiny after audit reports revealed that more than 500 million shillings may have been lost through unaccounted interest and fictitious cash advances over the past 2 financial years. Auditor General Nancy Gathungu